Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's all right. Yep, my phone. Let's put my phone to mute. And apparently I'm live, according to YouTube. So, hello, everybody. What else do we have? Okay. Check it out here. Make sure everything's all right. And it seems like it is all right. Paul the cat is here. 2 in front of me in a chair. I'll have him greet you guys in a few minutes. And this looks good. If you hear CHU in the background, it's normal. CHU is on the ICOM. I've also got the Yesu, which was on Voice of America that I think signed off at 20 UT. And I've got the Texan H501X. Got a few radios to talk about today. One of them is a 2 meter, 70 centimeter little handheld transceiver, 5 watts, which is locked to the amateur bands for transmit. And we're going to talk about the brand new Conicom GP7 SSB that now has a USB-C port. So this is the updated version they have. They sent me one to play around with, and we'll be checking out if testing it with the older version, see if anything's changed, if they're still good, and they look like they are. It seems to be pretty nice. So really cool to have everybody here. Welcome aboard, and really nice to have all of you here. Of course, let's show the star of the show, which is right here. You guys will see him, I'm pretty sure. Here's Mr. Paul the Cat. Mr. Paul the Cat. Right here. And saying hello to everyone. Nice little kitty. And he's hopefully going to stay there for most of the show, I hope. So that if I go out for something, you'll be able to enjoy the view of Mr. Paul. The real star of the show, as everybody's saying all the time. And hope that everybody's going to okay. Here we go. Let's start off. So welcome everybody. Nice to have you here. Everyone. This is, of course, the Saturday live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. That's 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are here to have fun with radio and just, tune the bands, answer questions, talk about some radios, and hopefully we're going to have a lot of fun today. I've got my usual Belgian ale white beer, which looks more like orange, but it's pretty good. Cheers, everyone. It's 6.5%, which makes it a little stronger than a lot of white beers or Belgian ales in general. So it's nice to have you here. And Jay Dakota, I think Paul the cat weighs like 25, 26 pounds. He's the vet told me he was like kind of big, but at the same time he said he goes outside. Sorry. So he says he goes outside, he's active and everything. He says it'd be better if he loses some weight, but it's not, too bad either. It's like, oh, and I will talk about something today. I've gotten myself, for the fun of it, a Geiger counter, which is right here. It's presently measuring 0.14 microsieverts of radiation. And so I got this yesterday. It's kind of cool, just for the fun of it. I always wanted to have one. It was decently priced and works quite well. It even comes with a certificate of calibration, and anyways, you can buy calibration cards. So I'm having a lot of fun with that too. Just kind of, I put it next to the smoke detector that contains that little radioactive material, and from 0.15, 0.16 microsieverts next to the little box that contains the radioactive part in the smoke detector, it goes up to about 0.3, 0.31, 0.32. So it definitely has some radioactivity coming out slightly of it, but you got to really put the counter on the smoke detector, the little metal box that contains that particle. So, welcome aboard, everybody. This is the live show. We're here every Saturday, 20 hours UTC, 3 p.m. Eastern. We talk about radio. My name is Gilles. I'm located in the northeast part of North America, in Canada, Montreal, Quebec, Canada, to be exact. Fox November 35, Echo November is the grid square locator. FN 35EN is going to pinpoint roughly where I am. And it's always fun to be here, having a lot of fun with radio or an amateur radio. My duties this week of having to go to the hospital all the time for my caregiving duties and all this stuff made it difficult for me to do any videos. Hopefully, we're going to try to ramp up the videos on the Shortwave channel and do a lot more, so hang in there. It's always not always easy. And so that is pretty cool to check out, and really a lot of fun every Saturday to be here. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. If you want to join in, they are here, of course, every week for a lot of them. And I think we got the best people around the world. And of course, when that is over, you have the possibility to join the Facebook page, which contains more than 4,000 members, and is just great. People sharing what they're listening to, asking questions, sharing what they have with their new radios, brand new radios, old radios, and so on. It's a lot of fun also there. And I often post what I'm listening to, or any observations of things that I find interesting. You can also join me on Blue Sky for those that are on that platform. I am on Blue Sky. We're at almost 200 followers here. So here's the Blue Sky account if you ever want to join in on Blue Sky. Also, I post a lot of interesting stuff also that I will often share things from other people that I follow also. That's kind of interesting. So it's pretty cool. And this week I did something I had not done in ages. For those that, and we might talk a bit about it today, there's something called the Shortwave radiogram. It's a show that is put together by Kim Andrew Elliott. former former guy that worked at VOA, Voice of America, and he has this digital transmission that he puts over several stations. I know WINB, I think WBCQ, WRMI has it also, and it's a digital transmission, and it's mixed in with some images and all of that that are sent through the roughly 30-minute broadcast of the shortwave radiogram. I actually decoded the one this week. I put a small snippet of that decode on my shortwave channel. It had been a long time since I actually did listen to that and decode with FLDG. Often he starts the transmissions in MFSK32 mode. And he changes mode every week, tests different modes, and sometimes they test brand new modes. So it's a lot of fun. And if you like to play around with digital modes, and what's cool with that is that you don't need single sideband. The way it's done is on regular radio stations with the audio. So even if you don't have single sideband, which often is required when you want to decode digital modes, well, the shortwave radiogram doesn't require that. Shortwave radiogram just works on a good old AM mode radio. So you got a little, I don't know, Radio Hour XH Data R108 or Theodon or something like that just doesn't have single sideband. Doesn't matter as long as you get the signal of the transmissions. And this is pretty cool. I'm going to share with you here the shortwave radiogram website so that you can check out the schedule. So here it is. And here you'll have the full schedule of the shortwave radiogram. And here we go. So if you want to try to decode some stuff, uses... most of the decodes are done for a software called FLDG. FLDG is great because it's multi-platform. So if you have Linux, if you have Mac computer, Windows, you can use any of those platforms for decoding, which is pretty cool. And so here there's a full schedule. For example, tonight, Saturday, we have a 2300 hours transmission on 7570 and 7780. So 23, maybe we should take note of it and maybe try to decode it if I'm getting the signal good enough. So there's different broadcasts. So he uses WINB, WRMI. These are the two stations, so he doesn't use WBCQ. So two transmissions from WINB, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 transmissions coming out of WRMI at different times on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday. So you can check that out. It's a lot of fun. Honestly, a lot of fun to decode, and it's one of those cool things that you can try out. So pretty cool to have all of you here, and fun to share more and more info on shortwave and on radio in general. So, let's start off with saying hello to everybody. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. WA9301SWL. Nice to have you on board from Balmy, 30 Fahrenheit, Northeast Illinois. We're supposed to reach about 32 because today I woke up this morning with 0 Fahrenheit, minus 18. Right now it's minus 14, so it's like in the, maybe 7 or 8 Fahrenheit, 10 Fahrenheit max. And we're going to move up to 32 Fahrenheit on Monday and then drop back down to something like minus 10 Fahrenheit. It's supposed to be minus 22, 23 Celsius at some point this week. Esteban, nice to have you on board from Gran Canaria, EA8DLJ. Every time I see your name, it always reminds me of high school. I was good friends with a guy that his name was Esteban, and every time I see your name, it always reminds me of him. I wonder what happened to him today. We lost We lost track after high school. I wonder what he's doing today. All right, JDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. 48 degrees Fahrenheit, WA0113SWL. Dwayne, nice to have you here from Tennessee. We have James Farley, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KD2GUZ. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. LVR Steelworks, nice to have you on board. Richard Wagner dragged out his Radio Shack DX300, was greeted with a loud 60 cycle hum. Oh no. Oh no. Have a look at it. Maybe it's not that bad. Hopefully. It's nice. I had this little cousin, the DX302, that I really wish I would have kept. Torben Iverson, nice to have you here. Torben from Norway. And Master Players Radio and Television, WA5107 SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Nice to have you here. TVDXer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Jean Arrache, bonjour. J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board from some areas in southern Quebec. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Fat Bear, nice to have you on board. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. And of your Stillworth says, trying to get rid of the need for USB micro. Yeah, I got all the cables here, so I'm okay. Whatever connection comes with a device, I'm fine because I always have a cable for it. But yeah, if everything just becomes a standard, like USB-C and that's it, it's kind of cool. Robert Varner, nice to have you here, KC2TL in New Jersey. Blogger Die, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you on board. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. 804 Marty, greetings, nice to have you on board. LVR Steelworks says, happy cats get fat. I guess he's a happy cat. A very happy cat. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona, WA7330SWL. Mike B, Paul is not fat cat. He's just a little bit of a corpulent kitty. Yeah. But naturally, Paul the cat is a big cat. He's got big paws. He's got, it's like it's like humans. We got people that are more stocky. Naturally, they're not necessarily fat. They just have bigger bones and all. So Paul the cat is like that. So the fact that he's overweight makes it look even worse. What else do we have? J Projects, nice to have you here. San Diego, California. RJ Dakota. Too many wild things in my neighborhood. My Zoomer is exclusively an indoor cat. Yeah, well, honestly, if I had the choice, it would be always an indoor cat. Because I don't like, now today doesn't go out as much as he used to, so it's not too bad. But I don't kind of like too much the fact that he goes outside for a long period of time. When he was younger and he'd go out for like 10, 12 hours at a time, I'd always be worried that either he got kidnapped or something happened. Now it's a little more of a regular cat. Bob Alu, see if your microwave leaks with it. Well, not with the radiation coming out of the microwave, which are radio waves, but I believe the high voltage from the microwave to heat up creates some form of radiation, just like CRT TVs. Those good old TVs with big tubes, they create X-rays because of the very high voltages that are in to power the tube. So I guess I could see. That's one thing I was thinking is, I don't have one of those good old, CRT TVs like before. Would have been interesting to see how much radiation comes out of that. DX Winger, nice to have you on board from Southeast Pennsylvania. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. Happy Saturday. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. Mr. Stonegrove, the term is fluffy. Yeah, I like that, fluffy. He's a fluffy cat. J Projects, hotspots and granite counters. Yeah, granite counters. I've seen old glassware get the Geiger counter going too. Yeah, I was looking on the internet of what triggers Geiger counters, and all of that came up. Old glassware, granite counters. So I'm gonna actually bring it with me. There's a place here where I can go down a pretty steep hole with a lot of rock, and I'm going to see if there's a difference. They were saying that if you can go down to lower levels on the ground, you sometimes will find that there's a little more radioactivity. I will, when I go downstairs to my neighbors that's in the basement. I'm just curious. I'll bring it along to see if there's any more radioactivity, because here in Quebec, there's actually places where people had to basically do really big work on their houses because there was the radon gas. The radon gas, I don't know the pronunciation in English, but in French it's radon, that actually accumulates in the basements. And actually, some people got lung cancer from breathing too much of that radioactive gas that builds up. Depending on where you live, some places are not a problem for that, but there are some places where there's that radioactive gas from the underground that actually seeps in your basement. So I'd be curious to check that out. Jason Sitar, nice to have you on board. Cheers. Brian Chapman, nice to have you here from Northern Utah. Could you pause the website for the shortwave schedules around the world? Thanks. Yeah, the one I prefer, EIBI Space, is this one. I'm going to share another one also, which is, so here's one. This one is the most accurate, usually. Short-wave.info also is one that a lot of people like because it's kind of easier to manage. So you can check that out too if you want to have some schedules. James Farley, did anyone log the HAARP transmissions? I heard I received HAARP last night here on my NRSP ST SDR. It sounded like a fast-paced. So they had on and off times, and a lot of people, I guess, tuned in the off times because there was a lot of talk on the Glenn Hauser's I/O group for World of Radio, and I saw Walt Salmonu in British Columbia, Canada, mention he was hearing it, so I immediately turned it on my SDR at about 05 UT yesterday. So when I turned it on at 05, there was nothing. They're always on 3250 kilohertz around there. So if you're wondering, they're there until February 2nd, 3rd. It's still a few days left anyways, if you want to try it. And the transmissions are always around 3250 kilohertz. So I tuned at 05 yesterday, and there was nothing. So I thought, well, I'm going to leave the SDR there because I know that sometimes they might be having a dead air time. And around 0515-ish, a very wide band, fast pace. It sounded like Kodar signal appeared. And it wasn't very strong here, but it was there. I made a video. I need to post it on the Shortwave channel. And so I heard it. It was there for about 10 minutes. Then nothing. And I listened for another half hour maybe before I shut it off. and I didn't hear anything else. This morning when I looked at the emails, I noticed that when I shut it off, like at I guess it was maybe 0550 UT. I saw a post that at 0555 they had come back on, so I guess I turned it off a little too early. So that's kind of interesting. So yeah, I heard it yesterday. It was the only time I tried it. I will try it again tonight around 0456. I will be seeing if I hear anything. So pretty cool. Joseph, nice to have you on board. What's up, everyone, on a rainy coast side of San Francisco, California? Tuning the bands on the Texan PL680 and also on the Burkett BC 125 AT. Cool. Torben, yep, cool. Yeah, I believe I saw you when you actually followed me on the yeah. Oh yeah, and I followed you back. Now I remember. I followed you back. Jean Arash, would the Geiger counter be stimulated by electromagnetic fields of a transmission antenna? It's not supposed to, because it's supposed to detect only alpha, beta, and gamma rays type of particles, which are not an antenna or a radio transceiver. Like an amateur radio transceiver does not emit any type of radiation, nuclear radiation. It's really electromagnetic waves. So that's why it's not that dangerous to live around electromagnetic waves, because they're not ionizing in general. But so if you transmit it, it will not trigger. There are triggers that could be those high power transmitters that are in a very high gigahertz range. Not the transmission itself, but the transmitters are known to be possible emitters of X-rays and stuff like that. But transmitting with my Yaesu 100 watts should not technically affect the Geiger counter. But I think it's a good experiment. I should try it. I should put my Geiger counter like in the kitchen, where it's going to be just, say, 10 feet away from the antenna, and try a transmission, see what if it measures anything. Yes, Blogger Die, you should post radio videos on Blue Sky. I mean, it's made for that too. It would be perfect. Mr. Solgrove says, of course, hello from Stockholm. Some very slightly sweet white wine from Alsace in the glass. That's good. That's good. Nothing like a little glass of white wine, for sure. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. Hey, Matt, MDK2, nice to have you on board. Can't join today. Got a new job requiring Saturday work. Got to swing by Ham Radio Outlet afterwards, so unless Joe is going late. Okay, no problem, man. I hope that new job is going well. Always something, getting a new job. And of course, I don't remember that much because it's been such a long time since I actually had to get a new job. But yeah, it's always something, starting something new. There's always a stress, not knowing anything. That's the worst part, I think. Getting a new job, not knowing anything, and everybody around you knows everything. And it's kind of, okay. Yeah, I'll try to remember that. And, they kind of send you like a gazillion things at the same time. And it's like, I got to remember all of that, okay? So anyways, hope it's all going well. Generic, nice to have you here from Finland. Tasty Badger, nice to have you on board. KJ6VYF. And what else do we have? Vieno Marcel, nice to have you here. Says, just got in. WRMI, is that radiogram and MFSK? Yeah, MFSK, these always start in MFSK 32. And throughout the transmission, they always tell you what mode they're going to go through or change to. So you can change. You can also set up FLDJ, I believe, to change automatically. Hubert, nice to have you on board. And says, oh, this is new and great. Separate screen for the ad and keep viewing Jill at the same time. Yeah, they've changed the way that things did happen. It's like you still have, in some of the ads, you still have me visible, but the ad is in kind of a split screen mode. Nestor Valiraj, nice to have you here from Greece, Nestor. Pretty cool. Bob Alu is from Latvia. Nice to have you here from Latvia. Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board, Rich, in the Catskill Mountains in New York. And temperature dropping all day to 0. KW1161, nice to have you on board from a warming and drier Tucson, Arizona. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board. KB2AHS, Long Island, New York. Craig Martinetti is WDX2ROE. Mr. Stonegrove, some old camera lenses have thorium oxide in the glass, which makes them a bit radioactive. So, anyways, going to have a lot of fun with that. Just, I always wanted one. It's something that I had never purchased. And I always wanted one. For those that missed it, I have a Geiger counter that I received yesterday. And having fun checking out the radiation levels. And like I said at the beginning, one of the fun things that I did was open up the fire detector, smoke detector, sorry, and put it right next to that little metal box where the radioactive source is. And throughout the house, my radioactivity is around an average around 0.15 microsieverts, sorry, which is within the normal of standard home or standard place. But when I put it on that source, on that little metal box with the source in it, goes up to 0.30, 0.32, 33. You see that there's a little more radioactivity. And you know what? There's one thing that is interesting, because it clicks. So I don't know if you'll hear it. There's something. There you go. You just heard 2 clicks. So it has the clicks like on, when you watch, like for those that watch Chernobyl. And so I'm thinking right now it's just a few little clicks here and there, which is the normal clicks of radiation going through it. But I was thinking, man, when this thing starts like clicking like crazy, how it must be nerve-wracking, thinking, whoa, what the hell's happening? Why is there so much radioactivity? It's interesting because when you put it on the smoke detector, on that little part where there's that radioactive source, the clicks, even though still very slow, kind of are more often, and it's like, wow, it's really interesting to see that there's more radioactivity here. So it's kind of cool, kind of interesting. So anyways, I got one now, and I'm having fun with it, just, playing around and seeing anything. I was trying different things. I was wondering, like, what would create radioactivity or not, and playing around with it. Trying different metals, see if, it detects something. For some reason, in my kitchen, when I'm near the water faucet in the kitchen, it goes up to about 0.17, 0.18, a little more than the rest of the house. So I was wondering, is it the aluminum faucet? Is it what makes it a little more active there than the rest of the house? I don't know why. But the normal, for those that wonder, normal radiation is considered to be from 0.15 to 0.39 microsieverts. And so it's always within that range. Even when I put it next to the smoke detector, and it's still within the normal range, even though it's higher. SWAT Cats, February 1st, 2003. Oh man, yeah, 22 years ago, Space Shuttle Columbia broke apart because of stupid decisions of not taking time to verify if the shuttle was okay. It's sad. It's sad when you see that there's something like that happened, a tragedy, and it's preventable if people just did, well, just to be safe. Maybe we should go and take pictures. So stupid that it didn't happen. But I remember I woke up. Yeah, that's not. I woke up and I got a call from my mother that told me, "Oh, did you see the space shuttle is missing? It didn't arrive." And I was like, "No, I didn't know." So I turned on the TV, and on every channel, that's what we had: the space shuttle disaster, which is really sad. Bob Batter, nice to have you on board. Are these ham radio call signs in here? I just have shortwave and a CB. Well, there are some hams here. There are some radio call signs, but a lot of the call signs you see are listener call signs. You can also ask for a listener call sign. I am ham radio operator. I am Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India, but and there are other hams in here also, but we're mostly a mix of listeners and radio fans and amateur radio operators. So Tosinov, I think Concrete can do that too. Yeah, I need to check it out. Concrete. There's really a few places I could try stuff. Richard Wagner, X-ray from 6BK4 high voltage regulator tubes. Yeah, there are some. I know that anything that has high voltage, very high voltage, we're not talking 100 volts here. We're talking in the kilovolts or more, has a tendency to create radiation because of the high power. IRKTWC, nice to have you on board, Giraffe from the Netherlands. Pretty cool. James Farley, the old radium painted clocks will set that thing flying. Oh man, I have to check out. Art Dodd, nice to have you on board. Art K2ADC from New Jersey. Tasty Badger, Northern Idaho. London 19657, nice to have you here from Northeast Pennsylvania. Fraser Mickle, nice to have you on board from South Miami. I'm watching live in a University of Miami bar. So cool. Hello everybody in that bar. Don't have too many beers or drinks. Nice to have you here. Rotten Animal from Toronto, nice to have you here. Tampa, Florida, nice to have you here. We have Tim Taylor, nice to have you on board from Southeast Germany, middle of nowhere. Appreciate this live channel so much. Thank you so much. Nice to have you here, my friend. Nestor says, best way to pass a Saturday night. Hello from Greece. Cool. Nice to have you here. James Farley, are you getting the SI 4732 mini pocket radio? I need to. I tried. Something weird happened. I was on AliExpress, which is the only place I can find it. And I'd like to find it somewhere else, but I don't find it anywhere else. So I was on AliExpress, and I tried to purchase it there. And on AliExpress, I didn't want to use credit cards or anything. I wanted to use PayPal to stay safe. I never was able to put the order through. It always kind of reverted back. I was like, okay, the hell with it. I tried it like 7 or 8 times. And anyways, for me it was like, waiting until the end of February for that thing. Come on. So anyways, as soon as I find it somewhere where it's not too long to wait for it, and because it's not on Amazon, I'll get one. Mr. Stonegrove, on radon there we have a type of concrete in a lot of houses for mostly the 50s, 70s that release radon. It's due to aluminum shale used in the manufacturing and contained uranium that produces the radon. Okay, interesting. Because I know also it can come from, like here in the southern part of Quebec, there are areas that are prone to that, come from the gases that seep in from the soil into your basement also. So they at some point in the, I think it's in the 70s, they started checking that out, and they had like a program for, houses, making sure that they take measurements and so on. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you on board from a sunny cold West Michigan. Mr. Sungrove says those houses might need to have more ventilation installed to lower the amount of radon and to comply with modern standards. Yeah, because here there was a when that started to be talked a lot more about. What happened is that they started sending government crews to take measurements to see if you were in the safe spot or not, because they noticed that people that lived in the areas where there was more of that gas were actually had higher cases of lung cancer. So they had a program. I think the government had a program that you could kind of have your house, worked on to fix that issue, which is probably, moving the air a lot more so that it doesn't accumulate. Because the problem was mostly that it got into your basement and it just stayed there because the air wasn't really exchanging much. Esteban, recently I'm having a couple of issues with Skywave Schedule's Android app. One is that some stations seem to not have a correct frequency, and on the other side it does not load the Kiwi SDR receivers. Yeah, Esteban, because the problem with Skywave Schedules is it's not supported anymore. So a lot of the features don't work well anymore, or don't work at all. So that is one of the reasons. It's the same thing with, somebody asked me the other day about Heavens Above app to check for satellites, amateur satellites. And he was wondering why on his Heavens Above, on his app, his Heavens Above app in his device, he couldn't update anymore. So, when you go to Heavens Above, it updates the data, and then it gives you all the options. And that has to do with the version of Android you're using. It seems that Heavens Above has abandoned a lot of older Android versions that unfortunately still a lot of people are actually using. So it can't update its data anymore for satellite tracking. So same thing happens, Skywave Schedule. Because it's not updated anymore, as time goes by, it's becoming more and more difficult to use it or have anything work well with it. What else do we have? James Farley, remember going to Radio Shack and get a shortwave receiver, and the sales associate let me take it outside because of fluorescent lights messed it up. Yeah. Here, it was kind of cool because when I went and purchased my first Realistic DX100, I went back and, I was sometimes looking at the receivers, and at one point there was one that I wanted to try, and the guy said, "Oh, you're lucky. We've just it is we put up a wire outside because within the store, which wasn't a big shopping mall, you just got nothing. And so they had put a wire outside that, even though it was noisy, could let you hear some stations, so they could show the clients, oh, that's the way it is, and you can get stations, and you're going to get even better at home because there's going to be less noise in here. Different Gear TV, nice to have you on board. Well, I already said that. He says get signal on 12050, which at this time 12050, if I am not mistaken, I'm going to check it out here. Yeah, that's one of the clandestines, Radio Farda or something like that. Radio and Data Zone. Yeah, that's it. These are some of the they're called clandestines, but they rent airtime. So at this time, it's Radio and Data Zone to West Africa from the Ascension Island transmitter site in the South Atlantic Ocean. It definitely has a great signal here too. Radio and Data Zone International. Bob Alou used to live in San Francisco, LA, watching the Panthers game. Missed the Miami restaurants. Okay. Don Royal's got the SDS 100. One antenna that is not too expensive that I have here, and I need to put it back up, is Discount Tram 1411. I'll put the name here, the Discount TRAM 1411. It is a great VHF UHF antenna, and bonus, if you're a ham radio operator, capable of handling up to 300 watts on 10 meters, 2 meters, 70 centimeters for amateur radio transmitters. I was wondering, because this week I'm going to one of my trips is going to for my caregiving duties is going to the radiology department of a hospital, and I thought I'd bring along my little detector to see if, when I'm in the in the alley and the machines are on the other side of the wall, if there's a little bit of radioactivity that might be seeping out into the hospital. I was curious about that, so I think I'm gonna bring it and put it in my shirt pocket, keep it hidden, and just kind of look at it when the exams are gonna be done with the scans and the resonance. I'm wonder if I can detect anything. I know that these things must be extremely well shielded, but it's always funny for me when I go to a hospital for something like that. The last time I went to a hospital and got an X-ray was for my shoulder, because I was in pain like crazy in my shoulder, and so they took an X-ray. But I always find it funny that before the X-ray arrives, it seems like everybody's running away. It's like, oh, we're leaving you alone with the X-rays here. But of course, it's normal, because these people need to be shielded from the X-rays, because, if they get too much radiation, it could be bad. So, but every time it's like, yeah, they're running away and going behind that big glass, looking at everything, looking at me being irradiated by X-rays. But I was just wondering if, by any chance, is a little bit of it detectable outside in the alley or in the corridor. I don't know. I don't think so. They must be very, very well shielded, but who knows? TVDXer. I got my Geiger counter at a store downtown here. There's a store selling science equipment. I mean, if you're looking for anything that has to do with science, they have it all. And I was passing by, and I just got in, and I started looking, and they had a Geiger counter. This Geiger counter for $75, which was the cheapest one they had. The other ones were like $200, $300, $400. It all depends on the sensitivity, also the type of radiation you want to detect, and so on. Some are really fancy. But that one, I asked him. I said, that one, just for fun. The person there said, "Oh, just for fun, it's perfect. It's okay. You're gonna detect the essential radiation, and if someday we do have a nuclear war, well, I'll be enjoying my Geiger counter and seeing how it's out of control with radiation before I pass away." Charles Gordon, nice to have you here from Edmonton. I know that my tritium gun sites are a bit radioactive. Nuclear water, yeah. I don't know. SWL Signals, nice to have you here from beautiful weather day in west coast of Florida. Radioactive Boy Scout, look it up. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Well, here, Richard Wagner, the water is very heavy, because I have to clean and make clean cycles of stuff more than any other place I've ever lived. I could see it easily in my coffee maker. So I don't know. Is heavy water more radioactive for some reason? There was one thing also because I remember reading about when the U.S. made a lot of tests of atomic bombs in the Nevada desert. A lot of the dominating winds, because that's the way the dominating winds are mostly in North America, would bring a lot of those particles across the Northeast, including over Canada here. So I was always kind of curious. It reminds me of the Chernobyl accident. When it happened, I was in high school, and I remember my physics teacher had a little thing in his shirt pocket, which he never had before. And I was so curious that when class was over, I went up and I said, "Can I guess that what you have in your shirt pocket is to detect any radiation from Chernobyl that would come up to here in Canada?" And he looked at me and he said, "That's pretty much it." And he actually told me, he says, you're a pretty smart guy. You're a pretty smart kid. I said, "Well, I never saw you wearing one, and now there's the Chernobyl accident for the past weeks, and now I see you with that every time." And I'm like, the guy's measuring radiation. So, and I asked him, I said, "Did you detect anything?" He said, "Nah." So, okay. Nicole, nice to have you here. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board from the UK. G6PGV. Nicole. In French, we call it, we say Nicole. It's a common name here, Nicole, in French, in Quebec. So, welcome aboard. What else do we have? James Farley, Shortwave Signal. Is that your channel? Okay. EO, the DJ. What's it take to start my own radio show on Shortwave? Are there benefits as opposed to online? The best thing that you could do to start on Shortwave probably is renting airtime over commercial radio stations that already exist, like WRMI and so on. What would be the advantage opposed to online? Well, online, It's less expensive. But online, you're lost in a sea of a lot of other podcasts. So it's kind of tough to make your spot and be, that people know you exist. The thing is, on shortwave, you might have an audience that is always listening in, which would make it maybe easier, but I don't know. It depends. It's most people that do shortwave radio shows will often do it just for the fun, and because they like radio waves, and knowing that a radio wave from somewhere is being received around the world is kind of cool. It depends where you are into do I like the idea of having real radios receiving a signal, an invisible signal from somewhere, and seeing where around the world people are hearing me? Or if you're really just want to do a radio station a radio show of your own, well, of course it's less expensive to do it online and try to gain viewers. You can do both. There are some people out there that actually do both. They have an online presence, but also rent airtime over, broadcasters like WRMI. And of course, a lot of people do shows and are pirates, but that's illegal. But people with a transmitter, London 19657. Thank you for the tip. So took your advice. Got a cheap Uniden BC 355N. Works very well. Thanks. Yeah, and then, you'll hear stuff. You got to be patient on scanner radios. I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, there's nothing here." I suspect that for most people that say, if you live in a rural area where there's not a lot of stuff, yeah, maybe it's very quiet. But honestly, if you spend enough time particularly scanning 108 or 118 to 174, and scanning about 400 up to 480 megahertz constantly, take note of everything that it stops on that has analog transmissions. I tell you, you're going to easily fill up dozens and dozens of channels with transmissions that are within the ranges. Most people that tell me, well, I hear nothing, there's nothing. Yeah, you spend 10 minutes scanning and that's it. 10 minutes will not bring you success. On a scanner radio, like I said, spend a few hours. Spend an afternoon scanning. Spend a full evening scanning. Here, what I do is I have multiple scanners, so I take one, let it scan the bands. Every time it stops on something with the communications analog, I punch in that frequency in a channel on my other scanner. And I end up an afternoon here easily, and I live in a big city. I end up in an afternoon with more than 100 channels of analog transmissions. Then after that is understanding what exactly you're hearing. But it's fun to have them because in days where, maybe you're not getting the police transmissions anymore, law enforcement of any kind, it's still interesting because in times where weather's bad or when something happens, well, all of these transmissions that might not have anything to do necessarily with law enforcement will start talking about, the bad thunderstorm that went through, the tornado that went through, or whatever. Here the other day, there was, it was cold and there was like snow. We had snow squalls. So for like 10 minutes, it was like snowing really, really heavy, and it was very windy. So every now and then, like every once or twice per hour, there was this big cloud coming through, and we couldn't see almost the other side of the street. Well, it was kind of cool because you had all these transmissions of like people that were on the road with their trucks or whatever, and all, talking about, wow, this crazy weather we're having. So you're kind of part of what's happening anyways. So do scan. It's the trick to still enjoying a scanner radio. I know a lot of people probably took their scanners and just, okay, junk, it's away now, I can't listen to the police. Well, there's way more than that that you can listen to. And if you're in a place where there's a water seaway of any kind, with boats, or if you live near an airport, there's a lot of stuff. If you have railways around you, you'll hear some trains, you'll hear some railroad communications. Like I said, a lot more than what people think with their radios. I can tell you, I would say 9 out of 10 users that tell me there's nothing on the scanners anymore have not taken the time to really scan, or they're not interested. Vojislav, nice to have you on board from Belgrade, Serbia. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Pretty cool. Christopher Cullen, Happy New Year. Great news about the Rantel RT860 and Quancheng TK11. Okay. Here I got, talking about Rantel, I got this. The Rantel Transceiver, and when you turn it on, it talks.
Welcome, channel mode.
So, beautiful display, by the way. And this is, I purchased this on Amazon. It is locked for amateur bands only on transmit. So it doesn't transmit on every frequency. And it has FCC approval, which makes this legal. And it's a 5-watt transceiver. And of course, at the same time, you can scan VHF, UHF range. Even the AM broadcast band, which I will make videos about, by the way. And so it's kind of nice. It's pretty sensitive. I've been listening to some commercial stuff. Like on 451, we got a company that is a delivery company, and there's a lot of activity in general. I've not yet used it to make contact on any of the local repeaters because I want to try it for that. But it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It's a nice little transceiver. I'm trying to find a box so I can show you, but it's very, very nice. The model number, the exact model number of it, if I can check it out here for a second, is the Rantel, R-A-D-T-E-L, Rantel RT470X. They call it the ham radio walkie-talkie, and it is, like I said, locked to ham radio only for transmitting, so you need a license. And it is also at the same time a kind of a scanner radio that you can use at the same time. Not too bad, and it's $45 US, which is always amazes me how these things can be so cheap. Here in Canada, $57.75. So it's really inexpensive, and I thought, yeah, you know what? This is more legal because it limits transmit on the amateur bands, and I'm a ham radio operator. I want to try it and have fun with it. I'm happy. It's kind of cool. Rechargeable battery, of course. Rechargeable battery, and really nice. I'm kind of surprising what we have today. And I am one of the things it makes me think of. I look at the Yaesu FT65, which is an amazing little handheld transceiver that I have here. And I'm wondering, will these Chinese radios eventually kill the Yaesu Icon market for these transceivers, handheld transceivers? Because the price is like just so different. And, of course, the Yaesu are well built and everything. I mean, The FT65 is actually a metal casing. It's heavy compared to this thing, which is more of a plastic thing. But you know, it makes you wonder. It's like, will these ever kill that, you know, handheld market at some point? Joel Baker has several radios and an SDR which all share one MLA30. Is there a splitter you recommended so I don't have to keep switching the cable? And can I work more than one radio at a time? There are several models out there, I can tell you that. I will share with you a page which is Streetsburg Engineering. Streetsburg Engineering. This is where I purchased my multicoupler. So this is the page of their multicouplers. There's some really expensive ones, and there are some for a lot of. They are high quality. I mean, the company makes military grade multicouplers. That's why they're expensive. They are high quality. The one I have here is the MCA104M, which is a 4-port one. So you can share 4 radios, 1 antenna for shortwave. They have some, so be careful depending on what you want to do. If it's just the MLA30, you can use one of those. They do have ones that go up to the VHF, UHF range too. So you got to choose carefully. 2 types that you can have. The one I got is a active one, and that's why it's expensive. They have passive multicouplers, which are less expensive and will work fine. So this is the page where they are, and you can check it out. They are expensive, and I know that there are other companies that make some that might be less expensive. So this is where I got mine. I'm extremely happy with it, and this will let you share up to as many radios. I got the 4-port one. I actually almost regret not getting the 8-port one because I got so many radios. Having up to 8 radios together would be cool. So to give you an idea, right now I have the Texan H51X, the ICOM right here, the ICR 8500 that are plugged in on that, and I've got an SDR. I could start the SDR here if I'd start the computer, have 3, and even use another portable and have 4 radios at the same time on one MLA30. So maybe you could check that out. Like I said, they have expensive equipment, but they are high quality. Jasmine, nice to have you here from rainy Seattle. Richard Wagner, a story about girls who painted the clocks for Elgin Watch, which is right down the street. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board. Mr. Paul is right here, sleeping just here in front of me. Martin Frayne, nice to have you here from Ireland, EI4JGB. SWAT Cats uses Stellarium. Yes, Stellarium is a nice piece of software too. It's just that the Stellarium, if you're just into like wanting to do satellites and amateur satellites, the Evans Above is great for that because it's straight to the point of what you want to know. Jasmine, I use Skyview on iPhone instead of Stellariums. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here, and 5KVO from South Texas. Sunny and 74. That's perfect outdoor radio weather, 74. Jerry M, nice to have you on board. Jerry KC2UT, bon après-midi. Nice to have you here. 57 Steve DX1, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. Tostin Love is hearing 12050. Blogger Die 12050 Virginia. Jim Gordon, Dundee, Scotland, and it's great to be here. Nice to have you here. Cosmos Prime, nice to have you on board. says, I took mine to the dentist, noted a definite increase during my x-ray. Oh, they must have. Must have. For sure. Today, if I would go to have an x-ray like I did the other day, I would like wear it somewhere on me, like to see what happens. And I'm sure it would detect an increase in radiation. Bob Alu, my father bought a National 240D tube shortwave radio, and it changed my life. To be the heaviest radio ever made, I can see why gamers play all day. I used to listen to the radio all day. Yep. The Invisible Man, secret mission at the hospital. Yeah. It'd be something kind of cool. Richard Wagner, I always wanted to scream when they took an x-ray, just to see their reactions. Martin, PE9, TIG. Giving you light after the x-ray. Jim Gordon, I recently had a brain scan which established I had a brain. Some dispute this. There's a lot of electronic noise involved in the scan, which was very reminiscent of shortwave listening. So, Jasmine, it detects alpha, beta, gamma rays and x-rays. Because they had one, I said this was the cheapest. It's not true. They had one which was $50. It didn't detect all the different. It didn't detect alpha rays or something like that, or beta rays, or I don't remember which ones. William Röntgen, who discovered X-rays by accident, was so noble that he didn't want to give his name to the phenomenon. So now everybody talks about X-ray, except the Germans, who call it Röntgen. That's interesting. So alpha, beta, gamma. Yeah. Blackguardai, heavy water, not radioactive. Thank you for the confirmation. So something's more radioactive in my kitchen, but I don't know what. Martin Frame says XH data is back as radio. Okay. Esteban, thanks for the info. It's a pity. Skywave Schedule was a great app. It was indeed a great app. It was well made. But it's been a while now since the developer decided to abandon the app, unfortunately. Jerry M, 12,000 megahertz right now, 12,000 kilohertz. Very strong military radar right now. Take a listen. So that is, for those that wonder, so it's almost always there. And what you hear, if you hear the radar on 12,000 kilohertz, it's a chain of radars. Let me just find the exact name. I forgot the name. Canadian HF. So they are it's the Canadian High Arctic Ionospheric Network chain, and there are others that are scattered around the globe near the Arctic, in the Arctic Circle. So what you hear there at 12,000 kilohertz right now, it's one of those radars that are somewhere in the Canadian Arctic right now. So there's several stations in Nunavut. There's a couple in Alberta. Nunavut, Northwest Territories also got some. So it's Saskatchewan has one, and Rabbit Lake. So they are a type of radar that is an array of ground-based radio instruments deployed in the Canadian Arctic. Chain instruments include high data rate GPS receivers and digital ionosounds. So after passing through Earth's ionosphere, microwave GPS signals can carry information about the total electron content. And of course, the high frequency ranges that are used for ionosound to see what is the maximum usable frequency at any time. So if you hear what's on 12,000 kilohertz right now, you are hearing one of those radars from the Canadian Arctic. So that's what you're getting. And what I hate, it's been kind of pretty much steady around the pretty much steady around 12,000. And what I hate is that I have Radio France International that is coming in usually very well on 11995, and here I almost cannot get ever Radio France because that HF radar is always too strong. It's always overpowering Radio France International. Actually, I am hearing Radio France right now on 11995, but that radar overpowers it. Yeah, Hertz waves. That'd be kind of interesting. You know, Hertz waves. It's, you know. The Invisible Man. The weather was kind of a lot of, was kind to a lot of Europe during Chernobyl. Yep. There was still some cloud of particles that I remember made it to the Arctic regions of Canada after several weeks. But man, that's something when you think about it. Definitely something. So if you wonder what the sound is, this is the sound. Look at the crazy oscilloscope type kind of pattern it gives. It's like almost as your heart is beating or something. It's weird. Richard Wagner, I used to work with X-rays and had one of those badges they checked every month. Yeah, because you gotta know. Shanarash, did you and Sheldon ever thought of broadcasting the IRR and shortwave? Yeah, we did talk about it at some point. The thing is we don't want to pay. We would rather have, you know, I would rather have it paid by a broadcaster, like Glenn Hauser. Glenn Hauser doesn't pay a penny for it to have World of Radio on the radio stations. Blackadai, I've read that you can get time on WRMI for $17.50 for a half hour. Yeah, it depends. The price on WRMI depends on what frequency you want, what time you want, and of course how long it's going to be. So in one example, I did have a price. I asked Jeff White of WRMI if I would get 1 hour, but of prime time on a good frequency, one that is good for North America almost. That shoots up your price to about $70 an hour. So that is more expensive. And of course it depends on the power level too, depending on how much power you want in the transmitter. Because I mean, Okeechobee can give you 250 kilowatts if you want. That'll get even more powerful and more expensive. It all depends. The crappy times and frequencies gives you the cheapest price, but the chances of being heard are a lot less. So it depends what you want to pay for. Alright, Dot, if someone has a test with a radioactive contrast like a cardiac catheter, hate it. Ah, snap. I like that from the... So here, let's go back here. And go back to where I was. Like a cardiac catheter will go off. I had a procedure. Oh yeah, you know what? That's something I didn't think of, but thanks for reminding me, because I think the person I'm caring for will have one of those tests where they're injecting that radioactive thing in your blood to for a scan or something. And I know that they want you to drink a lot of water to have all of it get out as fast as possible from your body when you do that. Oh, I wonder if my Geiger counter would detect anything. Like, you put it on the skin. It's like, are you more radioactive right now? Because I remember they actually told one of the things they had told him when it happened was something like drink a lot of water. And I think they told him not to spend too much time very close to someone for the first 24 hours. Cool, London, 19657. Glad you're happy with the radio. Jasmine, most people who would do radio just make podcasts. Linear listening is down across the board. Yeah, but on podcasts, you're lost into whatever. You have no listeners on a podcast. Unless you are a known name, you're lost in the sea of the gazillion podcasts that exist. I would bet you have more listeners on shortwave with a good transmitter. Junior Gordon, nice to have you here. NBC shortwave radio station in America. Martin, PE9TIG. Analog is going out fast, mostly digital, and scramble over here in the Netherlands. Yeah, 12050 was supposed to sign off at 21 UT, I think. So, yeah. John Vargas, nice to have you here. WIMI Legends is on the internet 24/7 and on 5050 at night. I like the 5050 because it reminds me when it was taking requests on 5085 on WTWW. It's kind of cool. Joseph, I scan all the time. Honestly, feels more informative than the news these days. Yeah. Paul Richardson, nice to have you here. Working on a solar banner. Let me know if you like it. Okay. What else do we have? Mike B, I have an older Starlight scope with thoriated glass lenses, and it is a bit radioactive as well. Yeah, there was this thing, and do you guys remember when they were selling? They were actually selling uranium or kind of radioactive drinks and all sorts of miracle cures in the early, like in the 30s, 40s. It was like there was a thing of, oh, if you drink, a little bit of uranium every day, you'll be happy and healthy and whatever. It's like, yeah, that was a bad idea. 804 Marty, WRMI is one of the stations I pick up regularly. I wish more folks would broadcast on it. Can only catch religious shows. That's one thing I was talking about, and I was hoping that there could be so much more on WRMI to make it entertaining. Christopher Cullen, so RT860 does full shortwave too. Wow, this is cool. I'm gonna have to check it out. The Quansheng TK11 is one everybody is waiting for. Looks awesome. This is incredible today. What we have today. Gerf, Jerf, yeah. The TX11 claims transmit on 610. Be interesting to see how clean. This is often where it is important to check out. Because, when you have these transceivers like from Yaesu and ICOM, one thing for sure, you know that you're getting on an ICOM or in a Yaesu a perfect signal. If you're transmitting, you're not going to have spurious signals. You're not going to have, you're just going to have a clean signal. And what happens is that those cheaper ones like that, this is where you wonder, is my transmission clean when I do VHF, UHF with it or not? And that could be a problem, doing no spurious signals, anything. But it's pretty surprising what we're getting today for the prices. Jim in Scotland, nice to have you here. Michael Mora, nice to have you here. KD0GS, Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Close enough here is 12,000 a little bit now. There says so many Part 15 devices radiating these days, it's hard to tell if it's a real signal or not. Tasso V, nice to have you on board. Jerry M, great info on the chain of Arctic radar for ionosphere sounding. That's super cool info. Yeah, I made an article in the on the messenger of the Canadian International DS Club Messenger for my utility column. It's something that I talked about a few months ago. Sorry. Yeah. Jerry M, seems odd they would be transmitting it in the middle of a coordinated international shortwave band like 25 meters. Well, this is a perfect example of they don't care. There's many examples of that. Look at the different U.S. Navy STANAG / RTTY encrypted signals that are smack in the middle of international broadcast bands. It's like I just don't care. I position myself somewhere and that's it. It's sad because there's so much spectrum. They could be anywhere else. Well, I can tell you, Jasmine, by experience, because I know a lot of people in there, podcast get 0 listeners, 1 or 2, 99% of them. 99% of them. I can tell you that. And it's not just a number I'm giving out. It's a fact. No one listens to 99% of the podcasts. The one you talk about is people that have a name and that people know they exist and where they are. 99% of podcasts have 0 listeners. It is an actual fact. What else do we have? Yeah, but the smaller podcasts that get 10 times that episode are in the 1% of all of it. I tell you. It's really just specific names that get a lot of people watching or listening. Daniel Marc Leblanc, picking up Radio France right now on 25 meter band, 11992, loud and clear. What else do we have? Rotten Animal. I heard a highway in Dorval, Quebec, west of Montreal, was laid with radioactive waste. That's way the pavement is concrete instead of asphalt. The concrete was placed on top to absorb the radiation. Never heard that. I'll have to check into that. I can tell you that. What else do we have? No, I get that podcasts are popular because people like to listen at specific times they want. Absolutely. But the majority, like I tell you, 99% get no listeners. It's like YouTube. 99% of YouTube channels get 1-2 views and that's it. It's all the same. Unless there's something very, very unique about something you posted and the tags made a lot of people want to check it out. So Ardot, did you ever get any thought into using Discord? Yeah, I don't want to use Discord. The reason I don't want to go there is very simple. Is I already have too many things going on. And that's why I limit to specific things, and I'm happy with that. So the YouTube channel, the Facebook group, and now it's Blue Sky rather than Twitter. I just limit to that. I got people saying, well, a Discord channel would be nice and all because of the interactions. Like, I just want to, be within a certain range of everything, and that's it. If somebody does a Discord channel that is based on this because he wants to take care of it and be happy, I got no problem with that. But it's not going to be an official associated Discord. It'll be whatever Discord you want to do that is doing stuff. Might be. Did anyone who is watching give a thumbs up? Joe Alston, nice to have you here from Massachusetts. What else do we have here? Okay, Nick Hansen, M7 NHR, nice to have you on board. Zora, live experience is better. Welcome aboard, Zora. It's not just about promotion, Jasmine, I can tell you that. Yes, there's promotion. Yes, there's content. It has to be interesting. But 99% of all the podcasts will never make it. And in today's world, it's more of you got lucky than your content. Because there's just too much of it. And people don't really search for it. They'll find you by accident most of the time. What else do we have? Tasty Badger had an average of 20,000 hits per episode worldwide. I also was on a network. I missed it, but it was hard work. It is hard work to bring to a certain level. 20,000 hits per episode is great, but it's work. You gotta always be there. You gotta always make content. You gotta always, it's like YouTube. If you don't take care of your channel enough, you're not getting up there. You don't get subscribers and so on. So it's a lot of it's a lot of work to do it. It's like somebody asked me the other day. It's like, I wanted to start a YouTube channel. Well, start by having fun with it. Just start by having fun with it. And if you have good content and do stuff that's interesting, you'll get there. You'll do. You'll get some subscribers and you'll do stuff. But starting a YouTube channel today, unless you have a clickbait type, a little bit like Joseph says, a little bit of a clickbait type thing going on, is way harder than 10 years ago. 10 years ago is a little better. Of course, at the beginning, those that were started at the first year were the ones that often are the most popular still today because they were the first. And they didn't have to drive that much because like everybody was going crazy on YouTube, and you were one of the first with specific content, and that was kind of cool, you know. As time goes by, this more and more difficult to get any content, get out there and show up above the background noise of the internet. Today it's really, really complicated. Yeah, Jasmine, Netscape. The first browser the first ever browser was Mosaic. Mosaic is the first actual real browser. And Netscape purchased the Mosaic rights, became the browser of the time, which was not free. And we had to pay for a browser in the 90s until it became free and everybody could get it. And then, of course, Internet Explorer came in, that killed all of that. Internet Explorer that became like 80% of the browser market until Chrome arrived, and now Chrome is 70-some% of the browser market. YZ is FR1 Biker. Nice to have you on board. So, but the first versions of Netscape were not free. It became free at some point. Ron Pizzinato, nice to have you here from King City, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. Nick Hansen, M7 NHR. You have to feed the algorithm what it wants, when it wants. Niche technology subjects like ham radio never feature. No, because they're not, you know, ham radio is not something people look for, you know. And depending on what you have, you got to, you know, I posted a video of the financial trading signals on Shortwave, what, a week ago? It's got like 18,000 views, and I'm like, what triggered that video to go at 18,000 views, 15,000 views? It's just me explaining how to, you know, recognize an HF trading signal. It's weird. It's weird. Or, you know what, Joseph, maybe that what happened is you came across that browser when it actually was free. The first year or two that Netscape existed, they were selling the browser. But I think it rapidly became a free browser. I don't know what triggered, because I don't think it became free because of Internet Explorer showing up. If I'm trying to recall. But I think it became simply free at some point for some reason. Maybe they had kind of a hybrid of like thing going on, like, well, we'll give it to you free, but if you pay for it, we'll add this to whatever. Man, that was, you know, and then there was AOL with AOL had their own kind of weird browser too, you know. So it's kind of bizarre. It's so weird what happens to all of it, and over time it's crazy, the internet. And you know, it's like, you know, everybody gets a Gmail account today if you want one, but in the early days you had to have someone invite you to get a Gmail account if you wanted one. It was like you had to be invited in the program. It was like, what? Invited to have a Gmail? What's that? It's, you know, there's so many weird things that happened. John, Tampa, Florida. Radio Exterior, España, 17715, coming in clear. Little drift. Decent signal from Spain. Cool. Josedo's back in the day when people actually paid for software. Now everything is ad-driven for the most part. Yep. Yep. It's a pity even Windows is getting there. Nick Hansen, M7 NHR. You have to feed. Yeah, okay, that red. Dostanov put UFO sometimes as a tag, and that seems to help my astronomy videos, but it's misleading, I guess. You know, you could... An example. I'll give an example of my tech channel very popular videos when I want very popular videos. I'll start the name of the video by rant. Meaning I'm going to rant about something Microsoft. I mean that, if I'd rant every day, I'm going to tell you, I'll get 10 times more views. People love me ranting against Microsoft, against Windows, against technology in general, with my own vision of why the hell is this like this? You know, I don't know, I should try it on, I should take some of my videos, you know what, I should take some of the radios I have that are bad, and rant as, and just put rant. Why is this radio so crappy? I tell you, I'm going to get 20,000 views. There's a few things like that that people like. People like, especially when you're knowledgeable about a subject, when you start ranting at something that people know you have knowledge, they like it. They want to know what you think of the bad stuff. They don't want to know your own personal feelings and comments about the shitty stuff out there. So, Paul the Cat wants to come down the chair, I think. Easy. Easy, easy. Yeah, here. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Paul the Cat. Want to smile to the camera, Paul? He doesn't want to smile to the camera. He wants to get out. He wants to get out. So you want to go, man? There you go. Go. You want me? Yeah, I'm going to help you. He likes me to help him sometimes. Like, here we go. You want to go down or not? Yeah, you want to go down? Well, what do you want to do? You want to do it on your own? Go on your own, man. Oh, God. So, you know, there's a lot of... So you're staying. You don't want to go. Make up your mind. Okay. David in Barcelona. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Nice to have you on board. Yeah, maybe financial trading. I don't know. But most of the people that commented were like, you know, about the signal. But yeah, maybe financial trading did trigger. It's possible. You know? What else do we have? It depends what you want. It all depends what you want, you know. Yeah, I'll start now. What I'll do is I'll put rant. Every live show I will rant about something on Shortwave. Of course, there are keywords that are more popular. An example I was looking at content. We're going to come back to Shortwave in a few seconds because a lot of people maybe don't like that much. But you know, SWL or Shortwave is not going to be what's going to bring you 1 million viewers most of the time. But if you do a channel and use, you know, specific words, of course there's things I can do, but there's a limit to it. You know, if you use too many times a popular a popular word to attract viewers, what's going to happen is that at some point you're going to actually be demoted down, because the algorithms are going to say, well, no, guy's lying on what's going on and what he's talking about. And so I was looking at what are, first of all, the best paying content on YouTube, because if you look at YouTube monetization, what pays the most? You want to know. You want to know what is the range of subjects and what pays the most. And what pays the most? If you want to do a channel on dieting, losing weight, and one on healthy, all the healthy food and healthy stuff out there, these are the most. Not only are you going to have a possibly better chance of being popular if you do it right, it's also the ads associated to it will be the most lucrative. That's what people want. And then you go down with all the stuff that I am lucky, because when I look at my tech channel and the channel here, we have what's called an average of monetization per 1,000 views. So YouTube gives us that number, which is how much money you make per 1,000 views. The average money per 1,000 views on channels on YouTube is like $1.50. So if you make 1,000 view, chances are you're at and it's an average. Imagine, you might be $1.50, you might be less. This channel and my other channel, tech channel, my average per 1,000 views is around $4.75. I am above the average payout that ads give on YouTube in general. So it has to do with all sorts of things that I do that probably attract, ads that are more interesting for a lot of people. I know I got a lot of car ads in Ford F50s, 150s ads and stuff like that. Of course, car manufacturers probably pay a little more than, some cheap ad for some whatever reason. But, there's all sorts of things. It's very interesting when you dive into the statistics of how much money people make, what's the most popular stuff. It is interesting to look at all of it too. And a lot has to deal with what are the countries around the world that are viewing you the most. That also plays a role in how much payout you might get also. It's very, very interesting stuff when you look at it. Elise Munoz, nice to have you here from Quito, Ecuador. I miss HCJB from Quito, Ecuador. Mr. Strongrove, yeah, this YouTube account is new, but the Google account is connected is the Gmail beta 2004, somewhere around there, 2004-ish, yeah, somewhere there. Our Dodd says, I got Netscape for free with a computer package purchase with a Pentium. Yeah. KW61 paid $36 for 3 computer use of Netscape browser. Microsoft, however, destroyed the business model by giving IE browser away. And that's what actually made the trouble of the antitrust for Microsoft. It broke everything. And so they're like, oh, wait a minute. And then Microsoft put out these really bad versions of IE. And that didn't help. Jean Arash, when I bought my compact Presario in 1999, I had Netscape already installed. I had Netscape. I purchased an HP Pavilion desktop in 2000, the year I moved here. As a Pentium 3, 733 megahertz, something like that, with my first ever CD burner. And which I paid, that thing cost me like $2,000 back then. And it had Netscape pre-installed. I have to do the shock face thumbnail for my rant videos. Oh, that would be good. It's like, you know, I don't know, with my fist up. You know? that I'm sure that's gonna bring a lot of views. That and you know, like take a laptop on my tech channel, hold it up with a face like I'm gonna break this thing apart. Gilberto A. Riviera, nice to have you here. Rivera, nice to have you on board, Gilberto. Jeff, good kitty. Yeah, Paul isn't sure. Now he's down. He actually decided to go down. And I won't show it, but he went down for a very simple reason. To poop in my face in his litter box. I guess that's what he thinks of my content. Tasty Badger says, my podcast was mostly rants. Then I got great guests. Then people asked me to come on the show. It was called Controversial and was attacked by the media. It just grew more. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of stuff. I tend to stay away from controversy a little because I don't want to go there. There's a lot of it. But, you know, it's a popular thing. Controversy attracts so much that's why there's a lot of it going online, unfortunately, to a point where it's kind of a little too much. What else do we have? UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV, nice to have you here. Knobs are dead. SWRs will revolutionize radio. You know what, Jasmine? I will do a video, call it exactly that, and we'll see how much views it gets. Yeah, reaction videos are very popular. Absolutely. I watch I love music, and I watched 3 reaction videos of guys that listen to songs for the first time. And I love those. I like the fact that, you know, to see them react over things that I know I've listened to for a long time. It made me, a few weeks ago, it made me think about, wow, you love music so much. Why didn't I ever think of creating a channel devoted to music and my own, you know, not a reaction necessarily, but my own ideas of what I like. But yeah, reaction videos are very popular. But you know what? Today, if you notice, a lot of channels are not monetized by YouTube at all. They just put videos online, and what they do instead is sell merchandise to have their revenue. One of the guys that reacts on music that I'm viewing makes a hell of a lot of money, and he's not monetized by YouTube at all. How to lose weight with shortwave radio. So here you go. What you do is you take your GPS GP7 SSB on your left arm, your your XH data D221, and then you start lifting. Let's do 10 of those, and then go to the right, I'd be surprised. I had my first beer was a Belgian white ale, but now I'm back into Molson Dry, which is now the one that I have here, and I still have 2 more. So it's 5 p.m. Who knows where this show is going to go tonight? Oh, you know what, Jasmine? If I would travel the world, I would definitely have this channel of shortwave around the world and listening to different. That is something I thought of a long time ago. KW61 SDR radios cause weight loss. I like that. I like that. Losing weight with SDRs. It's nice to have you on board, Jim Gordon. And Paul is drinking water now and pooped in my face, and it smells like poop. Toastlove got over 1,000 views on a couple of videos, I think. Sundials was one. TB Ostrowski, nice to have you here from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Oh, conspiracy is always. On my tech channel, I'll tell you one thing. I think I got over 100,000 views on one video that I said, Windows 11 recall conspiracy theories. And it was like 10 or 20,000 views. It was like people were going nuts. You know? You look at it and you're like, you feel like changing your channel to conspiracy theories of the PC world. Something like that. You know, it's like, now I'm going to tell you a secret. Do you know that when you log on to your Windows computer, the snooping that's going around? Yeah. But I want to be a good channel with, you know, that's the problem today. Be a good channel with real content, you get some views. If you're competent and good enough, you get some views. But then you look at how my cat, you know, it's like how my cat was able to find my password in Windows. It's like, if I do that, oh, I'll get 1 million views on that freaking video, and I just put Paul the cat in front of the keyboard, and you're like, come on, you want to go there? You want to do something like that? Oh, God. You know. You know, one thing that I actually had an idea on the Shortwave channel that I know would be popular. Does Paul the Cat approve this radio, of this radio or something? You know, it's like, does Paul the Cat like the CNG and ATS 909X? And find some way of having Paul the Cat like put a paw on the radio or something. It's like, Paul approves. Paul doesn't approve. You know what? Because just because Paul the Cat's in it, it's going to get tons of views. I mean, there's so much stuff. It's like, yeah, what do you want to do? You know, 2025 for me is a year of huge changes. And I won't go into the details of it. But I had to take big decisions. Every year I had, you know, decisions to take. But this year is bigger than ever. And I'm 55 years old. I make a good living out of this with you guys giving me something. Talking about that, there's a little, you know, dollar bill at the bottom of the chat if you want to give me a little something. Don't forget, I have to eat. If you want to have the pizza fund for me tonight, because of my diet, which I'm still continuing. I lost 2 pounds this week. Pizza fund will be 2 slices of pizza tonight. The other 2 slices will be left for tomorrow. So pizza fund through PayPal. Come on, guys. If you like what I do and what I talk about and follow me every week, how about the pizza fund? We can also call it a beer fund, because I only drink beer once a week, which is during this live show, because there's too much calories in beer. So if you want to help me out, hey, PayPal or Super Chat. You know what? If you like what I do, please help out. So anyways, this year I have decisions to take. And those decisions have to do also partly with, you know, my content. How should I modify my content for certain things? You know, on my tech channel, I've been having January was very good for only one reason. I almost ranted all month about something. And you're like, yeah, so what do I do? I mix in serious content and I have enough of Microsoft? Or what do we do? It's just, sometimes you got to adjust yourself. The problem is, I always wanted to do fair content about things the way I see them, I think about them, not controversial things, not conspiracy theorists out there that always think that everybody's snooping on you all the time. Although it's hard to say, how do you argue with that when you look at how they're snooping on us every time we're going on the internet? But at the same time, the more I go into the kind of slide of extreme, the more popular I get. But I don't want to be one of those, conspiracy theorist guys at the same time. But, money is money, and making a living is making a living. So that's the thing about every freaking thing that exists. But honestly, Jasmine, if I would be a world traveler, I know that a world traveler shortwave channel would be extremely popular. What else do we have? Oh yeah, absolutely, RJ Dakota. Absolutely. What else do we have? Two fingers in a radio. Should be the, well, I won't do that. Well, I just did it anyways. Jasmine, for those of you who feel old because I asked what Netscape was, I'm sorry. I don't feel old because you asked about that at all. Since the 1990s are far removed from me as the 1950s, 60s. So we're probably fragile, and I was in my 20s in the 90s. So no, that. You know what? That is not what makes me feel old. Honestly, when someone asks about, oh, Netscape, I don't. It's like, I love karaoke. When I go to karaoke, there's young people there. It's like, they'll sing very modern songs. And sometimes we get into the, wow, that song of that artist? And I'm like, yeah, I do. And, it's that clash of ages, of like generations of, well, they're not going to say it, but it's like, yeah, you can say it. I have no freaking problem about, yeah, the old guy knows the song you just sang. I know it's Katy Perry. I know it's, and it doesn't make me feel old. Making you feel old is not that. For me, it's more physically or whatever, So it's a question of, how you bring the subject. Because, you asking Netscape what it is doesn't make me feel old. Actually, it's more of, it brings me back in the good old days of, oh wow, yeah, Netflix and Napster stealing songs for the first time. Because that was Napster stealing songs for the first time. I mean, that's what it is, Jasmine, I can't wait seeing the views on the roll-in on that video. Yeah, unboxings, yes and no. Unboxings are, it depends what you're unboxing, actually. Honestly. You know what? They're most popular here on the Shortwave channel? New radio. If I have a new radio, everybody wants to, first of all, see the new radio, and second of all, know what I'm going to say about the new radio. Those are the very popular videos I have on the channel. So let's do a test here. I'm going to check something out. I don't want you guys to cheat. Don't cheat. Okay? Out at the top of your head, how many views does the most popular video on my channel, the radio channel, have? Okay, don't cheat. Don't go and check it out, please. Okay? Just let me know. What's the most popular video on my YouTube channel? How many views does it have? Okay? So, I'm going to just go and check it out. Okay. How many views does my most popular channel, my most popular video on this channel have? And okay, that's interesting. Because I'll tell you guys, on my tech channel, it's 1.5 million views. Here. So, Man Radio DXer, hey, we finally made a contact. M7EIW with FTA this week. It was so cool. You telling me to use 2650 hertz when I did that QSO with you was helped me out a lot. I still use 2650, and I'm now doing more QSOs in North America than ever before. You know what? There's one thing about FT8 is that above about 2500 hertz, there isn't that much traffic on FT8. And I think it has to do with, partly with, people don't understand the way all of that works. So there's a lot of people that don't see what's up there. And I'm not surprised. Because honestly here, when I look at my waterfall all the time, I'm always above 2000. For that reason, that it gets quieter. And above 2500, it's even worse. It gets even quieter. So, yeah. If it helped you out, you know what? Cool. Yeah, depending on merchandise, it could be much better than YouTube, absolutely. Jasmine. Yeah, no, I don't want to go to merch, honestly. I know some people would like that, you know. Shortwave bodybuilding. How I became, you know, strongman of the year with shortwave radios. And now you're going to see me with those big tube radios of the 40s, like, you know, making squats and everything, making all of the... So you got 2 helicrafters, and now you gotta actually do the exercise. I bet you're gonna be strong, shortwave strongman for that. Yeah, I know. Paul the Cat t-shirt and the mic and everything. I know, Jasmine. TV Ostrowski, last week I was riding around Havana in classic car, and I spotted a building that was Radio Progresso. Wonder if that is where AHC is broadcast from. It probably is, honestly. I think everything is within the same building. Radio Havana, Cuba, Radio Progresso, the number station. I think from what I've read in the past, it's all in the same building. So there's a big chance that is the case. Question for you, TV Ostrowski. If you were in Cuba, how are things happening right now? Because they had a lot of power outages, hurricanes. Are things getting better? Just out of curiosity. Travel outage with radio. Yeah, absolutely, Joseph. Going around the world. I mean, if I had the possibility to do it, honestly, I would absolutely go and travel the world with a shortwave radio. It must be, imagine how fascinating it must be to be in different continents and listen to what is out there. I would be so happy to see something like that, and I know it would make amazingly good content. I can tell you that, absolutely. Rob's radio channel, nice to have you here. Always nice to have you on board, my friend. So, you know. RJ, N2COD, nothing like a good whiff of cat crap. And in winter, I can't open the window. Yeah, absolutely. I was like, I'm doing the show, but at the same time, I'm like, oh God, this is so horrible right now. RJ Dakota, good workout lift, 2 battery-filled Panasonic RF2800s. That will help you with exercise. Man, I'm going to be a strongman. The shortwave strongman. You got to take the radios out and just, you know. Oh, God. SWATcats, when you begin to lift radios, make sure you count 1 hertz, 2 hertz. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. K61 said the best. There is a sucker born every minute. Yep. Yep. Francis Moore, nice to have you on board from Birmingham, UK. 009, shortwave and radio in general has been and can be used to monitor current events with live, like weather disasters, plane crashes. Maybe show how that's done. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Absolutely. To use what you need, equipment you need, and stuff like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good idea. You know what sometimes happens in content creation? And shortwave channel has been part of that, and even my tech channel. You sometimes sit down in the morning and think about what do I talk about today? What could I make as a content that people will enjoy or will be useful? And you just, you know, sit down and you're like, what should I do? So sometimes it's fun to have interactions with that, for example. Because people will give you an idea and say, oh, you know what? Yep, that's true. I never thought about that aspect of radio. Absolutely. So it could be absolutely a great idea. So that's why I like interaction, because sometimes people are like, oh, yeah, you know, I didn't think about that. That's a good idea. The Alex Jill Show. So you know what? I was tuning to bands with my Suck It All antenna, the MLA30, and I wondered, why does it suck all the religious content? Sorry. Dua Lipa songs at karaoke. Oh, really? You know, if you come, Jasmine, you said you were coming to Montreal at some point, and 2 corner streets from here is the best karaoke bar in Montreal. We could go, eat, and sing songs all night. That'd be cool. If you ever come to Montreal, Jasmine. So the numbers are coming in. Unbox a box, and then you'll have to unbox the other box. David. So 208,000, just to give a number, it's 208,000. On my tech channel, it's 1.5 million, 1,500,000. But here, 208,000. And the first 10 videos are all above 100,000. YZ FR1 Bikers, Jill, you were the reason I bought my Texan S2200X, and it's an awesome, as awesome as you mentioned in reviews. Yeah. I will always be fair on these because, you're going to spend a lot of money. You spend a lot of money on that radio. If it was bad, I'll never say it's good because I'm not going to let anyone spend money on something that's not worth it. Jerry M., I like the tour of the Montreal repair shop. Oh, that was so cool with Joseph. When you went to Addison, Jean Arash. Last time I went to Addison was in the video, when I posted a video. I didn't go back since then. Kid over 61, 2 million. That would have been nice. For a shortwave channel. 208,000. 208,000 is the record of the most popular video. And the top 10 is 100,000 and more. Marvin Motz, I just bought a Shoyoung receiver because of your reviews. I also met them at Amvention and intend to visit their factory next year. Cool, Marvin Motz. 54 Cal, I sang at the Alice in Chains concert and I hurt myself, man. Yeah, oh man, yeah, of course. You got to be careful. Joseph and Shell took this diet to a new level. Madrid the Xer, remember, Shell, we'll send you a QSL card. You will also have a Paul the Cat QSL coming in, for sure. For sure. John Vargas does beer glass curls. Jasmine always wanted to visit Cuba. I'd like to see where some of the music I like came from. It's the best beaches and the best places that you'll ever see. The best water, the color of the water, everything is amazing. Here in Canada, Cuba is the #1 spot because it's not very expensive. People go there and it's like, and I don't want to be political. I will not be political in my comment. I will be more like, my personal take on it is, so I've never been to Cuba. Everybody I know has been to Cuba. Every freaking people I know. And the reason I've never been there is mostly I do not want to give my money to a government that is repressing its population. We'll call it like that. Has nothing to do with communism or whatever. It has more to do with your population is just not free to do what it wants because of the government. And no more comments. I don't want to see comments about it in the chat. We're not talking about politics or regimes or anything. I just gave my opinion of one little thing why I've never been to Cuba. And that's it. And it stays there. And it will not continue beyond this. Thank you. But it's beautiful. According to everybody I know. And pictures I've seen. From my friends. Danvy, bonjour. Nice to have you here. Epic stream from Ohio and 8WJZ. Nice to have you here. Mike B, I have AM abs and FM forearms. You could also make a lot of muscle by, like, when you want to track satellites and have a hand, like, you hold your antenna, your directional antenna with your arm. I mean, you got to make muscles of that for sure. Rob's Radio Channel, we had a big storm in Ireland last Friday, broken record, 130 kilometer winds. Youch. A lot of damage done. We're glad of the old radios, not internet, no internet, can't listen to radio. That's when a radio is actually, absolutely. A maximum importance. Cool, Jasmine. Challenge accepted. You will see me sing Muse. You will see me sing songs that you will be amazed of. RRT08. Price is right. Answer is not $1. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. One frame, you could use part of your show to include a live call-in on the AM radio. Yeah, absolutely. That could be fun, though. Absolutely. We could do maybe try and do an NSSB contact. Man, that radar is still going on. 12,000. Yeah. I thought about maybe adding a little, like, doing some contacts. I still have not set it up, but I want to set up the SSTV part. Maybe do a slow scan TV picture scan that everybody's gonna, you know. But that's a good idea, Martin. Justin, wow, 208,000, good number. Yep. David Osowski just sent me an email. Let's check it out on my tablet here. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. Oh, these are cool pictures, man. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, so these are pictures taken by our friend here. Oh, wow. So this is Radio Progresso building. Look at that. And it says here, Radio Progresso. If you go here, and I can zoom in. Radio Progresso. It's right here. So this is the building. I'm pretty sure Radio Havana, Cuba must be in there. And this is another picture taken. Thank you so much for sharing, man. This is cool. Can I ask you for permission, TB Ostrowski, to send these to CIDX for the February messenger? I'd like them to be in the bulletin, and I will mention all rights to you. Because this is so cool. This is very, very cool pictures. Thank you so much for sharing. John Vargas, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Jasmine, well, we're not going to talk about that. With what is happening with Canada right now. Jean Arrache, if you go to Cuba, don't bring your radio on the beach. They'll zap it. No, they won't, Jean Arrache. That is fake. You can actually bring your radio with you. I got a lot of friends that actually brought shortwave radios with them in Cuba. There is no problem at all. This is fake news. You can bring your shortwave radios with you. You just have to, just be open and tell them that's a shortwave radio. That's it. They'll let you in. So, what else do we have? Jasmine, don't worry. It's all right. Yeah, absolutely, TVDX or Cuba. I'm sure I've seen pictures from my friends and stuff. Absolutely, and it's okay. I have my way of thinking and all, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine, But I'd go to Mexico before I'd go to Cuba. Just that. That's all. Fred Water, Cuba is like Canada's winter playground. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the amount of, I don't know how many Canadians go there everywhere. It's amazing. It's almost in the millions. If not in the millions. Jasmine, I can imagine holding a large Yagi or dish or tracking satellites would be good arm exercise. Absolutely. So, Jasmine, you like Muse? Oh, man, I sing at least 5 or 6 Muse songs, and you will be amazed. Just telling you. Tosnov, never been to Spain. Spain must be beautiful to see. Every country has something beautiful to see, honestly. John Zarella, just got home from work and put you on into NYT. Nice to have you here. Fred Water, excuse me, sir, but your pocket is beeping. Muse's Black Holes and Revelations album is like the top of my rock album list. Well, just ask me for the song. I'll sing it. It'll be good. I can tell you that. I know Radio Havana Cuba does tours, or did tours. So I don't know if Radio Progresso does tours too. Yeah, Blogger Die, that happens often. 6,000, usually Turkey has to switch off the transmitter at some point, but sometimes they leave it on, and then you hear something and you think it's like, oh, maybe Cuba's back. It's you get fooled. Yeah. Wonder if the RFI situation is like in Cuba. I'd imagine the noise level would be lower. Yeah, from what I understand, is like, you bring your radio on the beach and it's pretty cool. TB Ostrowski. So everybody loves the pictures. Thank you, TB Ostrowski. Really, really cool. I took a shortwave radio to Cuba, but I noticed on the customs declaration they asked about two-way radios, walkie-talkies. Yeah, they might have asked a few questions, definitely. But they let you in. It was fine. Dan V, WWV on 25 is still strong. Let's try it out. Is it still coming in here? 2, 5. Yeah. So still pretty good. Pretty good. John Vargas, a lot of Cubans listened to American stations back when Castro was alive. Yeah. SWAT Cats, I talked to a lot of people who went to Cuba. They said it is like stepping back in time regarding to... Oh, yeah, because they have old... You know what? One of the funniest things that everybody told me about Cuba that come from Montreal is that our STM, our Montreal Transit System buses, back in the 70s and 80s were sold to Cuba. So they say that you go to Cuba and if you take a bus, it is one of the Montreal buses from the 70s or 80s that you're taking. So it looks so weird. And sometimes they haven't even changed whatever it says on the front like display. So sometimes one of my friends said, I took a bus and it said that it was like one of the streets in Montreal that he was taking, but they were the old buses, the old brown buses we had here back in the 70s and 80s that are storming the streets of Havana, and that they find it so funny. So funny. Thank you, TV Dostowski, for the permission. Megan Dalmage, nice to have you here from Alberta. Says, just tuned in. I visited Radio Havana, Cuba, and Arnie Caro many years ago. Yes, that is the same building. Mickey is saying it's the same building, and Arnie Caro it's the same building. I did a story in the Messenger about my visit back then. Cool. Thank you so much, Mickey, for letting us know. I heard somewhere that was the same building, but now that you just compare it, that you are like, Jasmine. Fred Water, the only reason they found out about Chernobyl was the increase in radiation over Western Northern Europe. Absolutely. Yeah. I remember, I think one of the first ever the first ever detection of it was in Sweden, where a nuclear reactor had detectors outside, and they started with some really bad, like some alarm, and basically just been. So what else we have? Blogger died, WWV on 25 megahertz strong on the DX286 on long wire. Man Reader DXer, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated, and it was so much fun. It's always so much fun on your live streams, and we try to contact each other. So my next thing I want to do is let's try to do a, not necessarily a contact, but at least have as many people listen to my slow scan TV picture being sent on different bands. Maybe that could be fun. No, Jasmine, I've been to, so the western part of the world that I've been in Canada was Toronto. I've been there once for music concerts. And I've been on the east up to New Brunswick, but I've never, I regret not having seen Sackville, New Brunswick, at least once in my life. And I've never been to any radio stations. Every time I went in different parts of Canada, different provinces, was always for some other reason than radio. And to make it worse, with people that aren't really interested in radio. So it's like you don't go to radio places because of that. The NV 12 megahertz is the Arctic Canadian radars for ionosound and propagation conditions. Swatcast Nova series did a special episode on the dome that was placed over the reactor in Chernobyl. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Tosin Love, my family used to travel a lot in Europe, and I was little, but I don't remember much about it. I don't think they ever went to Spain. So, we are at, 2 hours and 32 minutes. And I guess, a lot of you want me to get a new beer and continue the show. So, voice your comments, but at the same time, don't forget, I'm here. I'm happy to be here. There's a super chat if you want to give a little something, donate. And there's the PayPal Pizza Fund. As tonight, because I'm continuing losing weight. I've lost 2 more pounds this week, and I am continuing. I'm very serious about losing about 40 to 50 pounds. So if you do, PayPal Pizza Fund, 2 slices I will have tonight because I can with the beer. And 2 more slices will be for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll have those slices. So if you want to join in, Pizza Fund, the PayPal Pizza Fund, please do. And I know you guys want me to continue. It's always, I ask, but I already know the answer, to the questions. So thank you so much for donations, guys. It is much appreciated. It keeps me going. You know what? January is always the crappiest YouTube ever in general because, it's after Christmas. Nobody advertises. And your donations actually help me out. So please do, okay? So I will go and get beer. More beer. And we'll see what happens. And don't forget one thing that I always want to say every week. There's a lot of people that are extremely, extremely generous. Okay? And it's really cool. But don't forget one thing. Don't forget one thing, guys. It's not always to the same people to be generous. Okay? If you never thought about, donating something you love, you're here every single week, you know what? This is the time to maybe think about it if you love what I do. And of course, I know some of you can't, and it's fine. Okay, let's, no, we're not going to have a peeing moment here, okay? What time is it? Is there anything on the air that I could put that overpowers my peeing ability? So here goes, guys. You're going to listen to something different. Let's go here. This is a Montreal AM station. That's CJ80 on 800 kilohertz.
Called dopamine. And the idea being that one of the reasons why we get into trouble is that we're seeking more stimulus to turn on that dopamine.
And I'm coming back in a few
in our
minutes.
brain. And it gets used to things. So let's say you like a chocolate bar. And if you only have it once in a while, boy, do those alarm bells, do those
CKUTD, sure, guys.
go off. But you have it every hour, every day, and it kind of goes, so what else is new? And it takes more and more and more to give you that same buzz, that same dopamine, we'll call it high for want of better terminology. Well, the logic is that every once in a while, maybe you should cut back on those things that are perhaps too rewarding or getting you into trouble. We'll call them addictions. Things like being too tied to your cell phone, your smartphone. Things like being too tied to gambling or things like that. And so rather than saying every once in a while we should take a rest, we should pull back from some of those things that might be getting us into trouble and focus on some of the other things going on in life, both because it's good for us, but also because what it does is it gives us a chance to sort of reset things in our heads, and so we're not constantly seeking that buzz, that reward, and it also will be more meaningful. If you have that chocolate bar once in a while, it's a real treat. If you have it every hour, it means nothing to you. So they're calling it dopamine detoxification. Sure, they want to call it that, no problem. But you don't have to go to extremes. They're talking about putting yourself in a sensory deprivation room, in the dark, and the whole bit. Nah, you don't have to go that far. What you have to do is you have to think about the things that are taking over your life. Things that perhaps you're spending a little bit too much time on that maybe you don't want to be spending so much time on. Like, for example, doom scrolling through your smartphone. And maybe make some changes and pull back. Maybe put away your phone when you come home for a couple of hours and only look at it maybe an hour or so before you go to bed and not be bothered with it all evening. And that, it makes sense. That's a reasonable thing to do, but you don't have to go to a real extreme to get the benefit.
I'm glad we have you to give some perspective to a study I was reading yesterday that finds adults with ADHD live shorter lives, and by a margin of like 7 or 8 years. But, my first thought, Dr. Mitch, was ADHD often goes with other mental health issues and even sometimes other
This is
issues. So I'm not
God.
sure this is entirely informed.
This is like the worst types of programming you can have. It's like, yeah, you know what? You can talk about, the way that you're going to live longer and dopamine and whatever. And I'm like, yeah. So, I do have a better idea. If you want to live longer, once again, if you want to live longer, what you need is taking 2 radios that weigh a little more heavy and make sure that you actually exercise with radios, at least 50 of those and 50 of those. Make sure that it works. They have to be heavy. They have to have a big battery. And this is the way it has to be. Okay? So, don't forget. LC90 on the left. Another antique radio on the right. And if you use radios from the 1950s with these tubes and everything, you will be getting and be a shortwave strongman now, and you'll live forever after. Okay. So I'm back. I'm just going to fill my beer because I haven't opened the beer itself. It's right there looking at me saying, hey, what are you doing, man? And of course, I haven't seen Paul the Cat. I don't even know where it is. He's decided to go somewhere else. He had enough of me talking about whatever radio stuff. Okay, beer number 3. Beer number 3. So, here we go. Cheers. Oh, God. Okay. Andy knew I don't have the peeing problem. Catheter rules. Okay. Oh, man. Nice to have you here, Andy knew. Karen Bidwell, nice to have you here. I scrolled to the top of the chat and don't see this question. Answer only if you feel comfortable. What are your thoughts of your... I'm not going to talk about that. Karen. That is politics. And I will not give my answer to that. John Vargas says 8:10 a.m. Radio Bahamas in South Florida pick up very strong. John Zorella 6 to 10 p.m. tonight and every Saturday night. Cousin Brucey on 770 a.m. WABC. That's much better than what I just played on that station on 800 here. I can tell you that. Dan V. Gilles is getting smaller. I should be getting smaller. I can tell you that. I already feel that I am smaller because when I put my jacket on, my winter coat, you know, there's always that, when you have a belly, there's always that place where the zipper kind of is a little harder to go through before you go up to the rest. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. I can feel that is less of a problem. So even though I still have too much of a belly, I think I'm getting there, and I want to be there for the summer. I want to be sexy shortwave guy in the summer. Yeah. I'll be the sexy shortwave guy. Oh, God. Yeah, there's a power supply to pump me up, too. Absolutely. Yeah, with a Collins R390, the workout is going to be, like, amazing. You don't even need a gym for that. I mean, I can imagine how strong you're going to be. John Vargas, I remember when record players were in huge wood cabinets. Yep. Andy knew, don't try it with your 2200 Texan. Yeah. It's all right, Karen, but I will not talk about that. Casper Peterson, hey, how are you, my friend? How can some YouTubers put up full movies and get millions of views? Is that legal, or do they make money? Do you know? So, it's the same as anybody that puts up stuff with music. Because of the copyrights, the channel might be up and showing, depending on what Google has as agreements with the movie company or the music companies. In the case of music, it's the music companies are they have agreements with Google and all, but so it's going to be there, but you can't monetize it. But you can monetize it in a different way. You can monetize. So say you got a movie on the channel and it racks in millions of views all the time. Well, you can put links. You can do stuff that, well, you can buy merch. You can do stuff that still racks in money to that person. It's just that it's done outside of the YouTube content place. So that's what happens. So the same with people that are. We were talking about it earlier. The reaction videos. I like reaction videos to music, and I watch that all the time. There's a few people that I just love. They are so amazing. There's one guy that's a musician, And I mean, he just goes with the notes and the different chords, and he listens to them, and he's like really, really amazing. But yeah, it's content that is music, so you can monetize it on the video itself. But you have merch. You sell t-shirts, you sell caps, you sell all sorts of things. That will work. You just don't get monetized off of YouTube. Bruce Colbert, N9BH, nice to have you on board. Happy Saturday. Mike B, I too am trying to drop a couple of pounds, trying to turn my keg into a 6-pack. Well, I will not be a 6-pack. I like being a little chubby. Honestly, I find that being a little chubby is kind of not that bad as a man. I just don't want to be fat. We'll say it the way it has to be said. I don't want to be fat. That's it. But a little chubby is alright. Andy New, prostate cancer. Oh, man. I have a friend of mine that has... Man, it's so rough. One of my best friends. He's got colon cancer. And they had to... put a bag on the side where the colon comes out and everything. And it's like... It's unreal. Unreal. And... look at that. The guy's my age, and I'm like, wow, this is kind of a kick in the butt. Seeing people you love having to deal with that crap. And I know, from over the years here, I had so many people tell me, the amount of people. The amount of people that have come over and had cancer or treatments for all sorts of things. I've had people come back to me and saying, well, what I love about your live shows is that I'm sick and they get me off of being in that mode of having to get treatments and stuff. And this is the cool thing about this show is that not only is everybody welcome, there are people that are here to help themselves heal, if you want. So kudos to all of you out there that maybe need have a hard time with anything. And it's a real struggle, and that's the way it is, And it makes you want to. Be. I think being worried that if we are healthy and have no health problems. It's just let's be happy because there's so many people struggling with all sorts of things. My caregiving duties are so hard recently because the person always was able to go home. And what I am seeing now is that as caregiver, that person will maybe never come back home. So the next step is going into some home, and it's not your home. I'm sorry, but once you're in a home that the government has decided this is where you're going, you're not home anymore. You'll never be home anymore. It's rough, and I'm having a hard time emotionally. I'm having a very, very difficult time. Because last night I went to bed and I couldn't fall asleep. All I could think about is this is where you were at, and this is where all of this is going. And dang, and this is the second time in my life that I've been a caregiver up to the end. And, I told a friend this week I went to karaoke, had a few beers, and I said, you know what? I wish I could, like have some helmet or something, take it off for a day where I don't have to think about it. I don't know anything about it. I just could be myself and be doing things I want to do and have fun, when having fun is a tough thing, because wherever I am, whatever I do, is all I think is about that. So, it's kind of, it's a tough thing, I can tell you that. So, Casper Peterson, I just thought, okay. Yeah, coloscopies, but I have to have them because of crowns. Oh, really? Wow. Hope it can get better. I know these diseases are kind of tough and not even like crazy. Dwayne, I lost a kidney to cancer in 2017. At least you have another one. That's the good thing about a kidney. You get another one, at least. And I, from what I've heard, that even if you have one, it's you can live an okay life. Fred Waterer, where is Nunavut between some of it and all of it? Any new? I seem to be in remission for the time being. Well, I hope that it continues. Okay? Honestly, I really hope that everything goes well. Joe Michaels, I have to wait 3 years to see a specialist in Ontario. Yeah. The biggest problem here is that even in Quebec, it's complicated for the healthcare. It's not because there's no healthcare. It's because there is such a lack of specialists and people working in the field that the wait is because there's just not enough doctors. Neeson Greenwich, nice to have you here. Just spent $2,000 on a ICOM R8600, and cat is already biting and ruining the knobs. I don't know if I would be purchasing an 8600 and Paul the cat would be biting the knobs. I'd be like, no, this is not gonna happen. Yeah, indeed. I had a John Vargas said I have ADHD. It's rough, but I survived. ADHD. When it's I say it all the time. Radio geeks. We are a little special. Often when I see who I deal with, when I talk to, if in a Zoom or, this is the best thing, when you can see your interaction. Who are you interacting with? As a content creator, the comments and what I read and the people I see here in the chat room, you have an idea, by what's happening in the chat room, even in just a chat room. You have an idea, some people are in a different pattern, a different world, a different state, and which is normal. This is what human beings are all about. We are all different. If you guys would have seen me in 1990, and I'm not joking, you would have told me, or not told me, but you were to talk to each other and say, wow, did you see that loser that will never do anything in life? And I realized it today. I realized what I was and who I was, and I was definitely in a wrong place and definitely in a wrong state. And I was super shy. So just interacting with people was a huge problem for me. In the 90s, oh man, I wanted to be in my little box, do my little thing. You would have given me a job that you're in the back store, you know, doing the same thing all day. I was happy. I was like, I don't have to interact with anyone. And even in school, I was weird. But you know what? School in the 80s is not like school today. I see today how kids are being helped with all sorts of, you know, experts on behavior and why you shouldn't be the way you are. In the 80s, that did not exist. In the 80s, it was like, you know, you're the weird guy. You go through school and you're the weird guy. You go to high school and you're the weird guy. And that's it. But I was the weird guy and nobody just cared about. So it's like I was in my bubble. I had my 3-4 friends. And that was fine. But in the 90s, going to work and doing stuff, I knew I was, I'll say it, not normal. It was not a normal state to be for an adult. And I didn't like it. I wasn't happy in that state, personally. And what changed all of that is one job that I had. And I started off as being just a guy that would, you know, build lighting systems, to the guy that, okay, well, you know, they did see that I was more than just I can build lighting systems, because I would sometimes, like, my coworkers would have problems, and I was like, oh, the reason your lighting system doesn't work is that the capacitor here isn't in the right place and this isn't the right connection. And so they all see that and it's like, no, you're good, you're intelligent, you know, and you understand why these things don't work when they don't work. And they put me up to a level where I became the boss, which I didn't want. I was not prepared. I was like, you just threw me into, you're the boss, you're going to have to interact with everybody. And that, and the fact that I had to interact with the people that were purchasing these lighting systems, completely changed who I am from, and I would say in a year and a half. You forced me into being what I was not, and I had to become that because it was my job. And this job, which I will always thank for that, is the reason I'm here. I would not be here without that. Before that job, I would never have created even a YouTube channel making videos. It's like I would have been too shy to do that. You know, we change over times. And ADHD and, you know, autism. And I think radio geeks are in some special spectrum there, because radio, what happens with radio? If you're not a, you know, outgoing guy, you know, like I sing at karaoke. We're talking with Jasmine. I'm going to sing your song at the karaoke. I was not a karaoke guy in front of a crowd. Like I was not a guy that would be in front of this. But, we all have a spectrum. Radio was cool because we could visit the world, listen to the world, but we didn't have to show up and be in front of anybody. Our radio is a little black box, or a little box that just was giving us what we like, but we were safe. We were the safe guys and girls in behind that little box. So when I started doing this, I could see a lot of the pattern of a lot of people that are, you know, of who they are. And when I then Zoom meetings and see the people in person of who they are, you know what? You understand, you know why why things are the way they are. And it's fine and it's cool. Because that's the diversity of the world we live in. And why we are all, like this. Fred Water has spent 10 plus years as a caregiver for 2 people. I get where you are coming from. Blogger I had a Canadian dentist back in the day who came to the US to make more money. Yeah, but that's a lot of fake news is part of that. Because Canadian doctors are the ones that make the most money in the world, like US doctors. And here we have one advantage. Lawsuits are not a problem. Unless you really did bad, it's not the same thing as the US. And we're going to stay at that. No more comments. Karen, are you hearing any rumors about Codasen's next release? Well, what I've heard, they would be releasing a Codasen radio with single sideband. And that, I'd be very curious and very interested in seeing. Danielle L. Yeah, in Canada, you wait years for a surgical appointment. In America, you wait a year to have your bankruptcy filing go through after you ruin yourself. Yeah. We're not going to go there. Okay, Daniel? No more comments like that. Hen Freelange, nice to have you here from Scotland. Mike B, I'm a type 1 diabetic with retinopathy. Get injections in my eyeballs every month. It took a few visits to get used to it. There's no pain, but it sure beats going blind. Oh, absolutely. I can totally. One of my American friends has a lot of problems with his vision, and yeah, absolutely. Handing you more thumbs up, please. Mike B, we never know what other people might be going through. That is very important to understand. When we meet people, when we see people, you have no idea what they have gone through. I have a friend of mine, if you knew what when he went through, you wouldn't believe it. It's like a movie. And so when people, I have him as a friend. He doesn't have a lot of friends for a simple reason. Is all that happened changed him to a point where people find him weird. I'm okay with that. He's fine. But it's like you get this comment all the time about, I actually always answer very fairly when people tell me. He's been at a few parties that I've been to, and it's like, that guy's weird. It's like, now if you've gone through what that guy went through, you'd be really fucked up. I'm going to tell you that. Sorry about the word, but it's the only word you can actually use to really understand what that guy went through. So, be patient. Be careful. Whoever you meet on the street, even, like people on the street that are begging for money, if you'd see what they'd go through in life, sometimes you'd be really freaking surprised. So always be nice. Jean Arash, where did you pick up that British accent? Sometimes you pronounce some words à la British. I don't know. It goes with the way I learned my English. I don't know. What word did you hear recently in my tonight that was more British? Out of curiosity. I'm curious. Francis Moore, NHS. So. Francis Moore, NHS in the UK is free to all, and all they're under pressure provide the best treatment and care. Here too, Canada. I look at my best example, my caregiving duties. No, we have one of the best systems in the world. Everything's free. Help is there. It's just one of the biggest problems is 2 things. One is the fringe. When you're not really sick, but still need to get a doctor for something, it's a little complicated. But, it's like, yeah, you're not really sick. You just need you know, I think that is maybe one of the things that wasn't just not taught right. Is like the pharmacist should be able to do more, or maybe just a nurse, because a lot of what people can get access to, you don't really need a doctor. You just need somebody that knows enough to help you out. The other thing is, in some cases, when you're sick and you need to get a specialist, the problem is not that it's not a good system, is that there's just a lack of doctors and specialists that will do it. But you know what? When you're real sick, if I have a heart attack right here in front of you guys, and I call 911, don't worry. The system is good enough that there'll be an ambulance, I'll be to the doctors, I'll be fixed, and I'll be back in whatever weeks. When it's an emergency, you are treated number one all the way. There is no lack of treatment. But there are things and there are specialists. Sometimes you need to see a specialist for something, and yeah, it could take a lot of time, But when I look at my caregiving duties, the person I'm taking care of has always had, for the most part, the best treatment ever in every case. Even though sometimes it's complicated, it's still there. And so, no, I'm sorry, but whatever you want to think about it, we still have one of the best healthcare systems. You go into a hospital, it doesn't cost you a penny, and it's fine. And let's move on to shortwave. Okay. What else do we have? Our RT8, RTT0, it says, I had a group of friends listened to shortwave years ago. Yeah. Being cost nothing. Davis Teams, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Madria DXer says, I was the same too, being mega shy even 10 years ago, and I could have never done the live streams I have done recently. I think age just increases confidence naturally. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's also possible. Yeah. Oh, that's the best phrase of the night, guys. David Stearns as the best phrase of the night. Being nice costs nothing. And that is exactly. Jasmine, yep, kindness costs nothing and has benefits. There you go. There you go. It's exactly that. Okay? Be nice to everyone. John Vargas, shortwave was great in the 70s and 80s. Had a book with all the stations around. There's so much memories we can have of shortwave in the past that we have that just is amazing. When I think about it, and when I think about, shortwave in that time, I'm going to tell you, so much beautiful things. And, also it's like, as a teenager, you start, it's amazing. When you were younger, everything is more amazing than today. As you get older, it's tougher to get amazement out of stuff. But when you're a teenager, it's like everything is amazing. And I remember my first night on shortwave. It's like, oh man, this is so cool. All of these stations coming in. It was just so beautiful. Man, I sometimes I have that feel of, oh man, this was so cool. Listening to Radio RSA and Radio Berlin International and Radio Norway and Finland and Sweden, and it was just so cool, just so freaking cool. I can tell you that. Close and Loaf radio has always been about bringing people together. Absolutely. Imagine, I mean, we saw a lot of changes, but we're even the oldest of us tonight come from the after, it's after the Second World War, where some of you are baby boomers. Okay, there's the Cold War. Cold War and Shortwave go together because there's a lot of stuff happening, but overall, we went through all of that time period with highs and lows. I lived through the last kind of heavy situation with Cold War. The 80s were rough. It was like, the Cold War at its worst. After maybe many years of the 70s where it was relaxed. But imagine shortwave in times of war. Imagine, I have this picture in my mind of a magazine that I saw once. It was an old picture of a family, husband, wife, kids, around a big, those big wooden radios, tube radios of the 40s, listening to what's happening with the war tonight. I mean, we live in a era where life is complicated and there are wars going on. I mean, imagine people in Ukraine right now. I was reading today about the Republic of Congo, where the Democratic Republic of Congo is not going right. You guys remember the genocide that happened there? What, 20 years ago? 10 years ago? 20 years ago? It's not going right now. Imagine being in a situation like that. Imagine you are in a country where you don't know what's happening tomorrow. You don't even know if your home will be there tomorrow. Imagine if you're not alone. You got wife and kids. Even worse. Imagine the wife and the husband having to deal with maybe there's no more home tomorrow. We can't grasp that because we don't live in it. But imagine how radio could be important. And imagine how sitting down and hearing the latest news of what's going to happen is going to be important. It's crazy when you look at what's happening today. And we are in a world that's getting more complicated than ever. It's as if our world we are in, when it kind of relaxed, that wasn't what it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be in tensions all the time, and and I won't mention what I'd like to mention. So, you know what? I will say one thing, and it will be the only thing, and I want to comment on it. I don't even understand why the best partners in the world, because that's what exactly it was, Canada and US, could be where they are now. I mean, Canada has always been the best friend in every way, including in wars. We were partners. Why are we where we are today? Okay? I was just going to say that. I'm going to leave it at that. And please, no comments on it. Okay? Daniel Marc Leblanc. Most often, we don't like others because we haven't walked in their shoes. Once we put their shoes, we change our perspective. Yep. Absolutely. Francis Moore, yep. Agree on you, Joe. We're lucky the countries have this system. Andy, you? I have a 2000. I'm seriously considering an upgrade. You would like it. You know what? If you have the money for it, if for you spending that amount of money is not a problem, do go to the 2200. You're going to love it. It is an improvement. You have no idea. Okay? If for you spending that amount of money is fine, go for it. David Stern's shortwave and the shortwave listening of the 70s and 80s was unbelievable. It is. Absolutely. Absolutely. And did we all turn communist because of Radio Moscow? Nope, we did not. Steve Burnham, everyone, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Jasmine, here's a question. How did people deal with the anxiety and fear? That's it. That's a good question, actually. That is a good question. That is a good question. I remember. So I'll be in old politics of the time, just because it has to do with shortwave radio. When Ronald Reagan became president of the United States, he was a pretty hardliner, and a lot of what he did made the Cold War get back into the heavy Cold War times. And we're not going to talk about was it good, was it bad, or anything. I have no interest in that direction. What I want to say here is it put me as a teenager in the mode of any time the atomic bombs could be falling on my head. Because that's where we were. And some of you going older than that, I mean, in the 60s and all of that, a lot of us lived through, yeah, you know what? The atomic weapons could be falling in my city anytime. Those that lived through the Cuban Missile Crisis is even worse. I can just imagine how you might be just looking at the news and saying, well, tomorrow's my last day on this planet. I remember seeing a documentary where one of the staff at the White House back then said, I went back home thinking tomorrow I'm not going to be here anymore. And how did we live through that? Well, that's the thing about human beings. We live through that because you have no choice. You do your everyday chores, your everyday life, with that just hanging over your head that, well, maybe there's going to be a nuclear bomb tomorrow in my city. I still remember in French class, we had to talk about subjects we liked. One was shortwave, and I did it. But there was another one the year before, and you know what I talked about? Nuclear weapons. And I chose the subject for a very simple reason. I knew what I was talking about, but I wanted to tell everybody how devastating nuclear weapons are. And I talked about it, and I remember the class was 74 minutes. Every class that I had back in that school was 74 minutes every class. Don't ask me why 74 minutes. Some guy somewhere at the government decided 74 minutes is the perfect time. But anyways, everybody that talked about their subjects would be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and that was over. So I got on, and I was shy. I told you guys I was shy. But when I started something, though, I became, I was able to explain it. And I talked about nuclear weapons and the misconceptions. What people thought about nuclear weapons that wasn't true or was not exactly that. I spent all 74 minutes talking about the nuclear bombs at the time. because there were so many questions in class, and you could see that that was a subject where everybody was stressed out. So what's neutron bombs, and what's the difference with a neutron bomb and is it true that we can survive if this or that? And it was like, no, we're all dead. Stop thinking there's a survival mode in a nuclear weapon. You're freaking dead. And if you're close to it, you better be dead than living through what the hell is going to happen afterwards. So, I don't know. It's the way it was. We had to live with the pressure of all of that. And U.S., Russians, let's stop thinking about one side. How do you think Russians were living through? The rhetoric was Americans were evil and that Russians would die of American nuclear bombs. Well, here, it was the same thing. We're going to die of the Russians' nuclear bombs. I mean, each side were telling their own stories. So imagine, we had us, yeah, absolutely, the millions of Russians that were just living their lives. Oh, you know what? America can send their bombs anytime. I don't know. We just deal with it. It was intense in a way that we felt it on shortwave. Those that were on shortwave like us, we lived it through shortwave. Because shortwave was the best place to live through the rhetoric of nuclear bombs, nuclear weapons, Soviets, Americans. We were at the forefront of it was like watching a movie. You take your popcorn, okay? You take your drink, and you're just listening through Radio Moscow, whatever station, Radio Berlin, and Voice of America, and other countries, and we're just like, okay, oh wow, okay. So tomorrow the bomb's gonna. Tomorrow, are you leaving the bombs tomorrow or not? This was shortwave. Shortwave was partly an interesting part of all of it, of what we lived through and what we could go through and deal with it. It was crazy, It's interesting. We just had to deal with it. And I, honestly, personally, I think that Radio Moscow, and I'll say it very fairly, Radio Moscow was the best of the best and making me feel it's not that bad. Because, we had Radio Tirana, which was like, very heavy communism, and we're just gonna, bury you, and that's it. But we had Radio Moscow. Radio Moscow was very, whoever in Russia thought of how Radio Moscow was going to be built in its programming was very, very clever. We don't want to show that the USSR is a bad communist state. We want to show that we're somewhat friendly and somewhat open to the world. And I think anybody listening to Radio Moscow, I think it was more relaxing than panicking. We would listen to Radio Moscow that sounded like, well, it sounds like they want to be friends. And of course, all of it is propaganda and everything. But you know what? The way you bring your stuff forefront to anybody in the world is the way you're going to feel about it. I don't think, and I'll be asking this question, which is very touchy, but I don't want to have a comment or negative comment about it. Anybody of you out there in the United States of America that listened to Radio Moscow in the 70s or 80s, how did you feel about their broadcasts? Were they bad? Were there, did you not like it because it was communism? Or did you just like, it wasn't that bad and there was some good stuff in it? I mean, there was some good stuff in it. And it didn't feel like you're going to invade me tomorrow morning and send nuclear bombs. And I think whoever did that and thought about it was very clever. It was like, we're communism, friendly communism. We're going to call it like that. Friendly communism. Yeah, of course. And that's another state. And I don't want comments about communism and all of that. I just want, like, the broadcast was friendly communism. And we didn't feel threatened. If you were a shortwave listener and got into a Radio Moscow broadcast, there was no threat. There was comments. There was, things they would say. But honestly, it made me feel more positive about the bombs are not going to be here tomorrow morning than whatever rhetoric of governments could give out. Honestly. Honestly. Let's put it at that end. It's like, no, it was okay. But there was two big generations and two big ideologies, and I say it all the time. If you want to feel what Jasmine, if you don't know the song, go and listen to it. It's on YouTube. Sting, okay? Sting has a song called Russians. Go listen. Don't just listen to the song. Read every single word. And that song, Russians from Sting, represents the best of the feel of what the 80s were like with the Cold War. Thinking that, maybe we'll die tomorrow from atomic weapons. And in I'm 71 and remember the golden age of shortwave listening, but I've never lost the fascination of tuning the bands. And that's important, because even today, that fascination still to be there. There still needs to be a lot of stuff there. Thank you, Francis Moore, for the tip. Pizza, and I saw Muse live here in the UK. I saw Muse live 2 years ago here in Montreal. I was so happy. It was great. Jasmine, you're still my best friend. Blogger Die. We in the US don't... Yeah, I know. Like, I don't want... No more comments on that, okay? Because here in Canada, we're very pissed off right now. And it's sad to be that way. Jasmine, we have more in common in Washington State with British Columbia than we have with Washington, D.C., yeah. Daniel Mark LeBon, I imagine listening for the first time back in his 40s. The War of the Worlds, yeah. Yeah. There's Terrence who left Canada, thank you. Take care, Martin Frayne. Jasmine, I will continue my summer trips to Vancouver. Different gear TV are cheaper as they are any good. I'm looking at a new elect. You know what, Different gear TV? Don't look at the new elect one. Look at the RTL SDR. I'm going to put it here. RTL SDR V4. That will be the cheaper, best choice you ever made, because it's surprising what it does. Jean Arash, I spent last week doing MRIs and CAT scans because of a suspicious mass discovered during a colonoscopy, so I almost left. Don't. Well, I'll say one thing. Don't run away, Jean Arash, of that. The worst thing you can do is run away from it. We have to deal with our demons. even if it's not fun. Okay? So you know what, John Arash? I'm here to say one step at a time. And you'll still be here in 10 years when I'm going to be here talking about the 4 signals left on shortwave. OK? Oublie jamais ça. Je t'aime beaucoup, Jean Arash. Toujours un plaisir de t'avoir ici. Tu vas voir dans 10 ans, tu vas être ici, puis on va parler des 3 ou 4 signaux qui existent encore sur les ondes courtes. So that was a lot of French for you guys. Jasmine, the thing about my generation is that many of us have very little hope for the future. You know what, Jasmine? I think that's just a generational thing. At your age, I was in the same, wow, you know, there's no hope for the future. I think the politics and the things that are happening always give us a negative view of the future. But as future goes on and as things go on, they kind of fix themselves in some way. And you end up saying, well, yeah, maybe it wasn't that bad, or maybe it wasn't. But you know what, Jasmine? That is a. I've read something about that. Even in the generations that were before me, young generations never see their future as a beautiful future. They see it negative because politics and life is shitty in general for a lot of things. So it puts a negative side on a lot of people. But you end up like, you know, no, it's all right. We went through it. You know, you're going to be an old grandma, Jasmine, where, you know, you're going to have your grandkids. And you're going to be, when I was younger, I was on this shortwave channel on a place called YouTube. And, you know, we were talking about no future is possible. That's what's going to happen with you. And you'll be 94 years old. I can just imagine. I'll be dead by then, but I can just imagine you'll be 94 and saying, oh, man, I remember that Jill guy on YouTube telling me that I'll be an old grandma with my grandkids. Andy, you know, in 1962, yeah, must put your head between your legs and kiss your backside or goodbye. Yep. That probably was the scariest part of all of the Cold War. Scariest part. You don't know if it's going to be here tomorrow. Shortwave, a great series on Cuban Missile Crisis by Lindy Nettle, and just excellent. Okay. Yeah. Fallout shelters and everything, yep. Dwayne, I'm ready to buy 2000, but Anonco has 2 addresses. Yeah, I think they have a U.S. distributor, so you can choose the U.S. one. The 2200 doesn't have any new firmware. Don't worry about it. It's the same firmware as the original. Anonco, Anna from Anonco confirmed to me a few weeks ago there was no upgrades done because the radio just works well the way it is. Jasmine, so shortwave was your generation's doom scrolling. Kind of. Actually, the generation doom scrolling was much more the network TV news. Shortwave was more where we have it in our face with the different stations and Radio Berlin and all of that, you know? So what, guys, Jill, I just sent you a e-letter on a frequency of which I cannot identify. What is it? Using SDR and so you sent me an email. Okay, let's just check it out. Here. Check it out here. Check that out. Oh, that? Okay, you must be receiving some digital transmission. 7780 is WRMI. So it must have been, it was the, if you just send it now, it was the radiogram. It was at 2300 UT. the radiogram with MFSK 32 decoding. Uh, 54 Cal, remember reading about Stanislav Petrov and how close to the end we were. And not just that, there was so many close end. Not just, I think we were actually closer to the end with, technology errors and the fact that some of the technology was not updated enough than whatever happened with us in Russia or the USSR. Doug Noble, they sounded like robots. Well, they were kind of, saying what they had to say. I mean, it was like they had their scripts and they had to put out the scripts that they were given, Doug. Jasmine listens to Radio China International sometimes. No, the Anonco is in Hong Kong, Don Royal, but they do have shipping addresses that are from different places depending on where you are. So if you go on Anonco and you want to ship, they're going to give you a list of, from where do you want it shipped? And they do have a shipping address. I remember they used to have one in Canada at some point also. Richard Wagner, being 18 and 69 was scary. That reminds me, Bruce Springsteen. Bruce Springsteen in one of his live shows was talking about when he was drafted for Vietnam. And he was talking about how his dad, and some of you might have heard that story, how his dad was, not in agreement with the fact that he had long hair and everything. And he couldn't explain to his dad that, music was his life. And so Springsteen, in one of the shows, was mentioning that he received a letter. He was drafted for Vietnam. And he remembers that all the guys that were really scared, because it was like, you're going to be in the army and going out there. But because he wasn't kept in shape and drank a lot and all of that, he was not one of those that were chosen. And he says that after several days gone, when he came back home, his dad said, "Where you been?" And he says, "Well, I was, part of my physical." And he had mentioned before that a lot of his band members that went there to Vietnam never came back the same again, which is normal when you have intense. Anyways, and so when he told his dad he was not taken because he was just not in good shape, his dad was like really happy. It must have been scary. I would not have wanted to be one of those guys, I can tell you that. Forcing people in the army should not be a thing, except in, there are moments in life, like World War I, World War II, when, okay. It's not what you want, but life has decided that, because of stupid human beings, things can happen. You'll be going somewhere you don't want, but we should never be in that position ever and ever again, honestly. Dwayne says Radio Moscow had a killer rock show on Saturday morning. RY491 Radio Moscow was great. Listen to it every day. Honestly, How many Americans listened to Radio Moscow and said, well, this is not bad. But, you know, it didn't change you into a communist. You know? Either one, Radio Havana, Cuba is more militant than Radio Moscow. It is. Actually, you're right. Radio Havana, Cuba is more militant than Radio Moscow ever was. Marvin Moss, Radio Moscow was mildly interesting, but above all felt like listening to a beer commercial for a special brew of government. That's what I also felt about Voice of America. That's the way it is. Yeah, 99 left balloons. Absolutely. That's also another example of Cold War. RJ Dakota, Radio Moscow was Miller Lite compared to Albania. Oh, absolutely. I mean, anytime, Radio Moscow. Blocked I don't remember much about Radio Moscow content. I remember lower more Radio Peking. Yeah, that was heavier than Radio Moscow. Radio Peking was like the communist stuff of China. I mean, China Radio International today is the Miller Lite of Radio Peking back in the day. Dr. Harshit Joshi, welcome aboard from India. Must appreciate it to have you here, my friend. Lee Hanwood, using RTL right now, hooked to the old Shakespeare 17 6 CB 10 meter antenna, and it's booming. Cool. Jasmine, the 4 signals left of shortwave, and one of them will be the brother's care. Yeah, if you want the cheapest option, RTL SDR-V4 is the cheapest option. That is decent enough. Dr. Arsha Joshi got a Texan R1909 from Anonco recently. Love its mellow sound over the Texan R912. And pretty cool. Welcome aboard. Jasmine. What else do we have? SWATcats, a Boeing B-52 Stratos Fortress carrying 2 3.8 megaton Mark 39 nuclear bombs broke up in midair, dropping its nuclear payload in the process. Yeah, you know what? I was playing Missile Command on my Atari 2600 before Christmas, and I took a picture and I said, and I'm watching a documentary of all the lost nuclear bombs in the ocean that still are probably capable of exploding somehow. It was like, yeah, it's weird. And of course, if you want to have a 80s shot of what politics were in nuclear bombs and communists versus, you know, the Western world, Two Tribes is an amazing video where I think it's Chernenko and Reagan going at it in a arena. That was something. That was something. Good night, Dwayne. Nice to have you here. Sunwave. Yeah, but it's not the same thing. The 4732 is cheaper, yeah, but it's not totally in SDR. Master players, I need to unlurk for a question. Out of Duracell Energizer, RadioVac, Dollar Store batteries, or Dollar Store batteries, what do you prefer? I don't have an exact test, but I've seen one or two on YouTube where there's been some tests going on. And the thing is, Duracell, don't use Duracell because they leak too much. They're like the leaker batteries. Energizer are good, and for certain things they could be amazing because they do last longer. But price versus how they last. Dollar Store batteries, alkaline Dollar Store batteries are actually the cheapest option. I buy Panasonic alkaline from dollar store, and they last well enough. And for the price paid, they're a better dollar per power than Energizer that costs too much money. George, nice to have you here from Mexico. Nice to have you on board. Tosinlov, there's millions and millions of radios based on SI 4732. The DSP chip radios are all based on that. So you know what? Is there a way, George says, is there a way to build a turntable antenna from a variable capacitor? I want to recycle some components in an old tape recorder. Wow, I don't know what exactly you would want to do, basically. Sinawave says, Envelopes Pros are nice too. They'll last ages, but they are expensive. It's more of a question of how much power you get per time. And, I mean, some batteries do last longer, but per time period, most of the time, the dollar alkaline batteries, the dollar store alkaline batteries, for the amount of money you spend, give you more power than most of the other ones. RJ Dakota, as I has ruled by a locally made product, our Rayovac. I haven't seen Rayovac stuff in Canada in a long time. I remember buying Rayovac batteries many years ago. I haven't seen them here in Canada in ages. Yeah, Duracell has a problem is leak. If I had to buy between Duracell and those oops, let's see here. Okay, so if I had to buy between Duracells and Energizers, I would buy Energizers because of they don't leak. Duracells are unfortunately leaking a lot, and that's the biggest problem with Duracell batteries. Oh, absolutely, Blogger Die. That is the biggest thing in not just Amazon, eBay. Oh, this is a 50,000 milliamp per hour battery. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And you know what? Yeah, Duraleak. Exactly, RJ Dakota. That is the biggest problem in buying power packs. How do you know your power pack is a real power pack? You got to pay a lot more money than what they, if you see a 50,000 milliamp per hour for $25, no, it's impossible. You're not going to get that. If it's $75, oh yeah, it probably is. But the problem, that's the biggest problem. These freaking battery packs, look, Blogger Die, the radios that have these rechargeable, and power cells and everything, and say it's worth 27,000 milliamps. I haven't seen a lot that are really that, honestly. And so, yeah. How do you choose a power pack when they're lying to you? And this is the biggest problem of online buying, is how do you know they're lying to you without having a review? So you go online, you put yours, I'm going to say, hey, look at that. I've got 100,000 milliamp hour power pack here. It's going to be $27 on Amazon. So you're all going to buy it because, it's 100,000 milliamp hour. No, it's not. It's 5,000. You're absolutely right. This makes me nuts, Blogger Die. It's impossible to know what you have, because when you get it and it's like, yeah, it weighs, it's so lightweight. No, that's impossible. Batteries go with weight. The more capacity you have, the heavier it is. It's not complicated. The heavier it is, the more power it has. You know what? And it goes with even another pattern. I remember a long time ago, we were talking about, or was somebody talking about rechargeable AA batteries and so on. And that person told me, did you weigh your batteries? I said, no, I did not. You know, the really good ones weigh more. And I thought, really? But it's logical. Yeah, because if you want to have good batteries, the more power you get in it, the more material is in it, the more they weigh. But the freaking problem is you go online and it's like, even Amazon. This is where Amazon is a shit place to buy stuff. You buy things based on whatever the seller says, and you know what? A lot of the times it's just shitty. It's like, no, it's not. This is not. No, this is not what you're saying at all. You know, it's like radios. You know, you're going to buy a radio, and we can talk about radios too about that. You know, it's like you're going to have a radio that's going to be like high performance receiver. Well, I got a lot of high performance receivers that are the crappiest thing in the world here. I can bring a lot of them out. So this is where, you know, a lot of buying online is crappy. It's like, unless you come to my channel and see the radio you want to purchase, and I actually talked about it, or any other channel, if you buy a radio that says, oh, high performance receiver, what does that freaking mean? High performance receiver. What does it mean? Tell me. I'm expecting something extraordinary, but you know, for $18, I'm not sure it must be that much of a high performance, you know. Sunwave. Oh, I had reception twice. A few days of California TV on 26110. Yeah, it was coming in here in Montreal too, with the live crews and everything. Yep. Arthur's Crafter's Kitchen. Nice to have you here. Duracells definitely do leak. Have also been using Energizer lithiums, which are great performance in my handheld scanner. George, well, I'm planning to build an antenna using the variable capacitor, something like Texan antenna, and that uses AA batteries. Well, the MLA30 Plus doesn't use a capacitor. The MLA30 Plus is a wideband antenna. That's it. Buy an MLA30. Don't build anything. Buy a MLA30 Plus and be happy. It's going to cost you more to build it anyways. And that antenna is great. David says, IKEA, Lada, AA, any IMH batteries, apparently they're, or at least mine are, had them for several years, Eneloops in disguise. Yeah, it's possible. Sometimes it happens. There's something I like about having a big furniture-sized tube radio, but I would be nice to maybe restore one with a modern chip receiver. Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to have some manufacturer think about, because you know those big tube receivers, honestly, are from the era where a radio, like your TV, is part of your furniture. It's supposed to be some furniture piece that you want to have, you know, some kind of art deco in your living room. Yeah, it would be kind of nice. You know, imagine a SI 4732 base receiver that is this big in a huge cabinet in your living room. Kind of interesting. I need to go pee, and I want you guys not to hear me pee, so I will CJAD 800, Montreal.
Contract. Raymond Shabbat, licensed insolvency trustees.
I will be back in a few seconds.
CTV News brings you more local news. I'm Maya Johnson. We bring you the stories from your community that matter the most to you.
CTV News with Maya Johnson. Weeknights from 5 to 5:30.
One of the top political minds in the country, and we've got him.
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Listen as Tom Mulcair breaks down the latest news out of Quebec City, Ottawa, and Washington.
Really hitting home with a lot of young voters.
Weekdays, 7:35 on the Andrew Carter Morning Show. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800. Brought to you by Guaranteed Industries. Don't be caught cold. Call Guaranteed Industries to update or maintain your heating system. 514-342-3400. This is CTV News with Angela McKenzie on CJAD 800.
A 2-year-old from Waterloo, Ontario absolutely loves hockey. Named after 2 hockey superstars, little Connor has already caught the attention of some NHL teams. Ashley Bacon reports. At just 2 years old, Connor McMillan skates and stick handles better than most.
Oh, he loves it. Like, as soon as he picks up something new, he likes showing it off to us. Like, he'll practice skating backwards at home, like without skates on even, and like crossovers and whatnot.
Some may say it was written in the stars. He was named after 2 hockey greats, Connor McDavid and Connor Bedard.
Who's your favorite hockey team? Connor McDavid. Is that your favorite hockey player? Yes.
His natural ability catching the attention of other skaters at local rinks, which prompted his parents to post some videos online, showing off his moves on social media.
My wife, she posted a couple of videos on TikTok and Instagram just kind of as a joke because he was gaining so much attention at the public rinks. And then they kind of just blew up and they got a lot of views.
Some of those hundreds of thousands of views coming from NHL franchises.
We've had the Pittsburgh Penguins reach out, the Florida Panthers, Vancouver Canucks.
I'm back.
And when his draft year's going to be.
Learning new skills along the way.
I mean, we're working on stick handling, but he's already starting to move the puck on the ice, as you might see, but one step at a time.
For Connor, enforcing is also an important part of his player development, taking a self-imposed penalty.
I'm sorry, guys.
What piece did you get? 4.
For what?
For what?
Oh, back here. Here we go.
For walking. It'll still be a few more decades before NHL teams can fight over who can.
So that's the boring 800 kilohertz AM CJAD Montreal, which is so boring. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. Oh, man. So I got myself the last beer I am allowed for tonight with calories. So we're going to okay, Jasmine, can you explain how NVIS works? What do you mean? What do you mean? The night vision system? Like what happened with the accident in Washington, which is still a very big mystery. Well, everything will be going up with the tariffs, so you know, that's life. Okay. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville. I'll just say one phrase. Canada's been your friend forever. It's up to you guys that don't agree to make sure that all of it goes across. Because I can tell you one thing, is you got Canada really pissed off. And that's not a good thing, and will never be a good thing. What do we have? Francis Moore. My Mint ICOM RD500 are on sale for £800 on eBay. Should I keep or sell as it's gathering dust? You know what? That is a very personal thing. What do you keep a receiver or not? Look, I got mine. I don't use it except live shows. I never turn it on. So that same question could apply to me. Should I sell it or not? No. I got it. And it's a great receiver. I want to keep it. That question would come more into, I'll put it in a different question. Should I sell it to get something better I would like to have today? That will be a different question. And, well, maybe. But it depends what you want. Do you need money? Also, the other question is, do you really need money? If money for you is not important, keep it. Keep it. You got a great radio. Keep it. Find a way, find something to use it. You know? Because that's a very personal question, honestly. VT Radio, nice to have you here, Paul. A1 SU, Northern Vermont. And doing a little turning meter FT8 during the VT QSO party. Oh, wow. There's a Vermont QSO party going on. Hey, Matt. Nice to have you here. MDK2. Nice to have you on board, my friend. It's nice to, always nice to have you here. Okay. Sweatcats. It is used for military and parliamentary communications, broadcasting especially in the tropics, and by radio amateurs for nearby contacts, circumventing line-of-sight barriers. What do we have? Richard Wagner. I bought a booster battery to jump my car for $129, and it's fantastic. USB ports, and it jumps my totally dead V10 RV plus flashlight and air pump. Cool. It's an all-in-one. It's the Swiss Army of batteries. Mike B, I have some 18650 batteries on Amazon that claim to be no. 3500 is the maximum that exists on 18650. They can go higher than that because of their size. That's the way it is. What else do we have? Marvin Moss advertisement on this sign. High performance receiver, women. Oh, good. Blogger I bought an emergency weather radio advertised as 10,000 milliamp hour. I know the FCC top application photos and its batteries internally labeled as 10,000 milliamp hour. I think it might be real. You know, there are some that are probably real, absolutely, but there's so much fake crap that you got to be careful what you buy. I'll tell you that. Robert Varnon, nice to have you here. Sunway, my parents had a wooden stereo console. Yeah, these were popular. I remember going up north. My dad's boss had a really, really cool chalet at a really cool place up north near a lake. And I was 7 or 8 years old. Actually, for those that follow Formula One fan, I was at that place in 1981, 2-ish, when Gilles Villeneuve died, the Canadian Formula One racer. And I was watching on a black and white TV, I still remember. But next to me, there was a window. I could see the lake. It was raining. And there was this big, huge radio that it didn't work. And every time I would see it, I was like You know, could this be fixed? This looks so amazing. Blogger Die, I did an Amazon product review on one battery pack, pointing out that it was advertised at 3 times what was possible based on weight. The review went live and was soon deleted. The review was deleted? Do you tell me right now that if you review something and post it on Amazon, they're going to delete it if they don't like it? I am going to be interested in that. I'll tell you that. Patrick Fitzpatrick, nice to have you here. AA to D size battery adapter converter holder case box. I got some of these from China, so I can use AA rechargeables for D cells as well. Okay, HF invite. Okay. I just got it here. yeah, but that station, Matt, at CJAD is like the worst. Greg Martinetti, what does it say on your t-shirt? Oh, it's a t-shirt of CKUT, where I am, me and Sheldon are doing our International Radio Report show. So this is the latest t-shirt they have when they did the funding drive. So this is like the tower. So this is the tower of all the stations up top. Mont Royal, which is a mountain in the middle of the city with all the CBC and FM stations around the city, with the Olympic Stadium Tower here, and it's made by students of McGill University. CKUT Montreal sounds like CKUT. That's the t-shirt I'm having right now. Yeah, I saw her. She's getting the answer. It's all right. It's pretty cool. What else do we have? 13,750, guys. Oh wow, Radio Thailand is very weak tonight. Very weak here compared to what it is usually. Last night I was listening to it. It was much stronger. So kind of interesting. Inwood, what's on my t-shirt? Well, I just showed it. How we get a t-shirt? Well, you write into CKUT. Okay, Francis Moore. Yeah, you know. It's not always, What else do we have? So yes, CJD and a lot of the stations are owned by Bell, broadcasting audio of TV, which is why, But the worst part is CJD is the most popular station in Montreal, and I still can't get it because I am tired, and every time I tune to it, it's like, yeah, you guys are in the past, live in the past. But you know, it's the only talk station in Montreal for Anglos. So I understand why maybe everybody's there, because there's no other station in Montreal. The other stations in English are all music stations. So it's kind of the only talk station for Anglos in the Quebec area, Montreal area. Marvin Mott's, many, if not most of us, got started in the hobby by screwing around with antennas and trying to visualize magic waves. Look, I played around. I told you guys this story when I was a teenager, and I would put up wires, and so I throw 100 feet wire across the roof. I'm listening to KBS World Radio. I'm sure that I just had the best freaking antenna ever. South Korea is coming into my radio. And so I'm so happy, and I'm listening to the broadcast. Next day, it's not there. I'm not hearing anything. Well, my, teenage, zero knowledge. Well, my wire must be broken. Something broke my wire. And I take it off, and I go to Addison Electronics, throw another 100 feet of wire, and I'm like, well, tomorrow morning, I'm going to check it out. Tomorrow morning, yeah, it's back. But what I don't understand is that, no, your wire wasn't broken. There was no problem. It's propagation. It's propagation. Tosin Loaf, it's 13750, 13750. So, today I know, but back then, you're new to the hobby. You don't know these things. You have no idea why it's like that. So, it's the funny part of just not knowing what, propagation is all about radio. It's just that. That's the way it is. We all start somewhere, and, it might be laughable today and thinking, well, yeah, I thought my wire was broken. How can you break a wire? Sergeant Rock, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here from Hawaii. What else do we have? RTA08 was Panasonic Eneloop rechargeable batteries save money. Well, rechargeable batteries save money anyways. But, Matt, Radio Nacional de Amazona, rounding in from 1170 in Denver. Cool. No problem, Master Plays Radio Television. But, you know what? If you want to search for it, I don't remember what group. There's a group that does testing of all sorts of things. And just put battery tests or alkaline battery tests. Because the problem that we have with all of that is the fact that you got different types of batteries, and some do last a lot longer than others. Yeah. Energizers do. Absolutely. But over time, when you divide it by a time frame, are they better or not? That's the thing that you need to know. So that's where they found out that, you know what? No, dollar store alkaline batteries over a time period are actually cheaper than the others. But then again, it depends what you're powering also. Because energizers cost more, might be good in certain devices. That's why there's a lot of the batteries have, like, you look at the back of the pack and it tells you, for this type of use, these are better. And sometimes it is true. Sometimes there are types of batteries that are going to be cheaper per amount of time you're going to use them in a certain device than others. Absolutely. So it's not just, because we were born with, the Energizer bunny that's always going and going and going and going. Yeah, but I had I remember I had a 4x4 remote controlled 4x4 Jeep. I would put Energizer batteries in that thing. I had 45 minutes, and then it was over. It was C batteries, the C-type batteries, because that thing would take so much power. Alkaline batteries were no good until an uncle of mine had made boats, remote control boats, told me, "Oh, I got a solution for you," and he gave me a charger. And he gave me C batteries that were rechargeable nickel cadmium. Those would give me an hour and then I would just charge them and be again and again and again. But, that's the thing it is. It's like, it's the knowledge of all of it. Because, you can't, the big problem with anything that is advertised, with electronics, with batteries, whatever, they have these phrases about, we're the longest lasting of, in what? Please tell me what exactly. There was an ad yesterday, I don't remember for what, but there was an ad, I heard an ad on TV, and it was like, we are 2 times better. 2 times better than what? You're not clear. You're not telling me 2 times better than what? 2 times better than what is it? And this is where, maybe regulations on how you explain things in advertising should be much clearer. Oh, I'm 2 times better than. Believe me, I'm 2 times better. Yeah, then what? What's 2 times better? I don't know from what. I'd like to know. And iPhones, for example, Apple does that all the time. Microsoft too. But Apple does that a lot of the time. Our graphics chip in our iPhones 4 times better than what? It's 4 times better. Than what? Please give us a exact number of your 4 times better than something else. They don't. Never. So that's where you got to be careful, because it doesn't work. It's always, I'm 2 times better than Dan. Yeah. Hey, as a man, I'm a 2 times better lover than any one of you. Where's the proof? Because shortwave radio. Shortwave radio makes me a better lover. Oh, God. It's the same freaking thing. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? 2 times better than what? Come on, tell me. Oh, yeah, that's true, Matt. The old school Duracell. Yeah. That's the response they had. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Matt says the regulations for advertising claims are so loose as to be a joke. You'll see award-winning, no mention of what. Yeah. You see these doctor ads. It's like, well, I'm a medical doctor. The only thing you see is that there's a guy that's wearing whatever looks like a doctor, but I'm not really sure you're a doctor. I haven't seen NICADs in ages, Matt. I don't think they do. NIMH, the nickel metal hydride ones, I've replaced them. NICADs, if one thing for sure, if you wanted to have real power, NICADs were the best of the best for really hardcore power. But you had to drain them all the way down because they had memory effect. But those were way better if you needed a pack of energy right now. The NIMH are good, but they don't have the pack of energy that NiCads had. Actually, me and one of my friends are into RC cars, and we had these packs of NiCads, but they wore out pretty fast when we were using them. So we bought, I saw it, I don't remember the brand on eBay. We bought NIMH, nickel metal hydride ones. And it's funny because when we first started playing, it was like, yeah, it doesn't have the punch, doesn't have the speed that we had. But the funny thing is that nickel and metal hydride, as they were warming up in the Jeeps, in the cars we were actually remote controlling, then we're getting faster and faster and faster. So it was like a slope. Slow, getting real fast as NiCads, and then going down. And I was like, wow, this is weird. This is not like NiCads that just gave a punch, and that was the power. So each battery has its own possibility on that. I can tell you that. Thank you, Sheila, for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. 57 Steve, the X1, Moon and Venus tonight. So I need to check it out. I must see them if the sky is clear here. Oh God, this is beautiful, guys. I almost want to try to put the camera, see if you can see it. So let's try an experiment. Experiment. Moon. Moon and sky. So I don't know if it's gonna work. Yeah, here we go. So let's see. Do I have enough? Yeah. Look at that. You see these two little things there? That's the moon and that's Venus. Those two little things that you see at the bottom that are bright. The brightest is the moon. The little star there is Venus, seen from my window here in the northwest. Well, more than west. It's more west. So that's Venus and the moon. So we did see it through my camera, even though it was not that great. It was the moon and Venus. I see it from here. When I look from it here, it's like, oh wow. I don't know if I can take a picture. Let me take a picture from my phone. See if it works, because this is great. This is beautiful. Okay, can I see it through? Let me just try to see if I can. See if I can do something about it. Oh wow, look at that, guys. This is from my phone. The moon and Venus from the camera of my phone. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So check it out, guys. So Sheila, thank you for the donation. I love astronomy. Francis Moore bought a PK Endor mag loop, 5.5 21 megahertz from Australia, and it is the bee's knees. Okay. With your radio, it's all about perspective. I recall an ad that since I've been eating Dr. Black superfood, I've been sick. I haven't been sick. Well, neither have I. I don't hear that anymore. Oh, God. Matt's MDK2 says, follow one thing down once. There are vitamins where the woman selling them says she's a pharmacist and gives her name. I looked it up and she was licensed as one, but she also an actor and model. Yeah. 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 Doesn't love Venus receives Mac Brightness on Valentine's Day. Heard somewhere. Hi. Isn't it bad luck to look at the moon and through a window? Well, we'll see next week. If I'm not here, you know why. Can I turn into a werewolf? I would like that, actually. I want to turn into a werewolf, honestly. Brian Penny, in the 1970s, actor Robert Conrad, I think Baba Black Sheep, dared viewers to knock off his ever-ready battery from his shoulder. Go ahead, knock it off, I dare you. Oh, God. See that here, Endeavor? Through, there's still a lot of light. Yeah, not bad, eh? Picture is pretty cool. George says, golden hour here in Mexico inside of Venus Moon conjunction is beautiful. Yeah, it's always nice. You know, Venus reminds me of my you know, when you talk about UFOs, my brother were back in, I don't know, 1985, 6, somewhere there. And I mean, I'm already back then a very, you know, very active, you know, astronomy guy. I have a telescope and all that. And we get to a, moment where it comes in, and it's late at night, and it's like, somebody just, this is so funny. Somebody logged into my Threadmill Bluetooth, and I'm hearing some audio. Okay, it's not the first time actually. So, anyways, my brother's like coming in. It's 11 p.m. and everything, and you know my brother did drugs and stuff, so I'm like, yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna put this here. So my brother does drugs and everything, and back in the day, and I'm like, yeah, you know. So he comes in and says, there's something amazing in the northwest, and it's hovering. And I'm like, yeah. So he says, come and see it, because he knows I like astronomy and stuff. So I go outside and look at it, and it's like, yeah, it's Venus. And he's like, what do you mean it's Venus? That's planet Venus. He says, but did you see how it hovers? And it's like, yeah, because it's really low, and it's really freaking hot tonight. So the atmosphere is unstable. But that's Venus. I've seen it for the past, 2 months. So it's like, yeah, that's UFO. Do people still use heavy-duty batteries? Most dollar stores batteries are heavy-duty. Yeah, they still, Alan Elderman show. Nice to have you here, by the way. Yeah, even here, we have Panasonic heavy-duty batteries, which are manganese zinc or something like that. You know what? They're not totally unusable. These batteries have a very low discharge rate. So in things like a remote control, they are actually not that bad because they're very cheap and they do last a very long time. they're not made for heavy duty use. They're not made to have a lot of current go through them. But if you use something like a remote control that uses very low, current, they're actually the top type of batteries to use, more than alkalines, because they will last a very long time for a very low price. So yeah, they're still used for that. I think radios also, like transistor radios, because most transistor radios use very low power. Yeah, absolutely. Like Matt says, Venus is visible as a crescent if you use binoculars or telescope. VG Radio, do you remember the Radio Shack battery in the Mud Club? Yeah. They would give a free battery and punch your card. Of course. Of course. I had one of those cards, and I always would want a 9-volt battery. Because what else do you want? I don't see why one D battery or one C battery, is useful. I want to have my 9-volt battery. I would go there all the time. Absolutely. Oh, God. These are... Imagine today how, we buy online. We have stores, but we buy online too. But how boring is our world today when you're that curious kid? So let me ask a question about you guys. So as us curious kids, we saw shortwave radios, we saw electronics, we saw tons of things. What does a curious kid today find? Let's say you don't come from a family that's very technological. You're born and you get into your young years, teenage years. What's exciting today? What's exciting today? In a store? Is there a store? Is there a place? Is there something like, I don't know. There must be. There must be. George 9455 is WRMI. So you might be hearing WRMI. Yeah, absolutely, Jasmine. That's exactly it. The colors, the different layers of the atmosphere that have different temperatures make it like, it's moving and everything. It's crazy. I remember it looked weird. For somebody who doesn't know what it is, it did look very weird. Absolutely. I would wonder, how many of the UFO sighting reports are actually Venus? More than we'd think, I guess. Chuck Schreiber just sent a picture from South Texas. Check it out. Check it out. South Texas. Oh, good. Charts. Okay. Oh, it looks interesting. Oh, this looks nice. What happened? What the hell happened here? I saw the picture, and now I'll just go here. Did I erase your email? What the hell did I do? Let me just check it out here. Won't be long. Nope. This. Okay. Let me just go back. Okay, let's go and this. Start again. And accounts. Nope. What the hell did I do? Cycle bin, did I put it there? What did I do? Can you send it again? I lost it for some reason. And I tried to check in the recycle bin. Recycle bin. I don't see it. And I was seeing it like 2 minutes ago. Oh, darn it. Sorry. Why the hell did I lose it? Wait, let me check here. Is it time? LinkedIn. Ellen Rowe, Waldner. Page. I don't get it. I lost your picture. And the worst part is I saw part of it. Can you send it again, please? I don't know why I lost it. Yeah, Stellarium is great. That's when you ask what's exciting today's show, what do you mean exactly? So, Jasmine, as a teenager, what was exciting for you? Did you have hobbies, things you do? What did you do as a teenager? Out of curiosity. Brian Penny, I'd gather tons of tube radios on junk day. I'd take a bag full of vacuum tubes to my Radio Shack store to use the free tube checker. Oh, God. Artist Aircrafter's Kitchen. Sadly, what is exciting to teenage kids now are video games. Forget your life. 5-second TikTok laughs get the kids excited. George, yeah, air turbulence. Yep, absolutely. $95.90, says George. Jasmine, if you want to know what's exciting, interesting, Teen Vogue is not a bad place to start. I'm not going to look at that, but, well, maybe. If I see one, I'll check it out. Mr. Stonegrove, it's more obvious when you have a more representative map projection. George, yep, totally agree. Venus and UFO. Amateur astronomer are used to things. Yep. Jasmine, rating thrift shops and resell clothes on TikTok. Oh God. Singing live. Sometimes went to a concert. Mostly just texted friends on my socials. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's Radio Slovakia 15770 in English. See how well it comes in here.
How it is possible that some kind of like a war similar like to Second World War is starting, and that no one is doing much about it. Okay, we were expecting much more. Okay, for example, I was expecting that some NATO countries will go to Ukraine and will stop it right away. So we started doing protests against it in front of Russian embassy, and then we were trying to get pressure on government at the time.
So this is WRMI coming in quite well on 15770. But you know, shortwave, you know, that's life. Don't forget, guys, there's the Arctic Circle from North Sweden. Nice to have you here. We have the Super Chat. We have the Pizza PayPal Fund, which is preventing me from starving to death. And I will remind again that most people that donate are the same every week. If you like what I do and you're happy that I'm here, come on, guys. You know what? Sometimes it's sad to say, but nothing is free in life. And it's fun to be here and just watch. It's fun to be here and just enjoy every week. But you know what? There's a cost to it. Everything costs money. So if you are watching for free, I'll tell you one thing. The one that's doing it, it's not free for him. So this is also my paycheck. Come on, guys. Get forward. Okay? It's not always the same people to donate. Thanks for your donations, guys. Okay? What about if this is not there anymore? How many of you would miss the fact that I'm not here next week and forever? Already when I went 1 month, once a month for many months, I don't know how many people were like, oh, it's so sad to see you only once a month. Well, you know what? That's the thing. If you like what I do, you know, come on, guys. Thank you so much for the donations. But please, it's not always the same people to pay. Just going to tell you that. Okay. What else do we have? JJ Endo, nice to have you here. And what else do we have? Alan Inman Show, I don't think is interested in digital stuff anymore. You know, it's interesting because, I mean, a lot of us grew up with, I remember buying my first electronic kit. I still remember my first, it was a solar, I had $30 in my pocket. 1983, 4-ish. Going to Radio Shack. And I see this. It was called a solar kit or a solar experimented kit. And it had 30 experiments or 25 experiments. And I was like, this looks so cool. And I bought that thing, came back home. And I was just blown away doing little experiments, putting the wires here and there, and just having fun. And it's like, yeah, I know I'm geek. Not everybody would do something like that, absolutely. But still, you look at that and you're like, wow, this is so cool. You know? That's the cool thing of Radio Shack. You know, Radio Shack should still exist today. I'll say it while I'm going to say it. Governments should pay to have a Radio Shack equivalent today. You know why? Because it's going to make engineers someday. It's going to make people that are like us, that still exist. The young generation today, there are some people in school today that if they had a electronic kid in front of them, they'd be going crazy. I think, you know, when things change, they don't really change. There's still that percentage of people that are like still kids that want to deal with electronics and stuff, or radio and stuff. But I have the impression today we're not giving that generation that big picture. And that's why we see that there's less electricians and less people interested in... I mean, radio guys are going to be needed all the time. Your cell phone isn't magic. It doesn't work, you know, just like, well, that's a magical device. This is a transceiver. We need people to repair the cell towers that are transmitting. We know people to know that this has to be designed with a transceiver, a chip inside that transmits and receives. Where do you get these people? You get these people by having something in front of them that wants them to go into their own destination of what technology is all about. Honestly. We need to have everything in front of children and teenagers so that everybody finds their way of what they like and what they want to do in life. You know? I'm here you know, because of all of it. So Jasmine says, you're right, there are kids who are builders, but everything they need, like robotic stuff, Arduinos, AI stuff, they can get online. Yeah, they do. Yeah, absolutely. But Radio Shack, let's make a difference. AI, you will find if you want to search for it. A Radio Shack it's just there. It's just there. And you walk in front of it. Which means if you didn't really search for it, you don't know about it. You know? I'm just saying. It's complex today. What I try, and I got my nephews. One of my nephews is me. He went into he studied, even went into physics and university and got his degree and everything. And it's like he went to applied sciences. He was like, it's me. But somebody pushed him. My brother pushed him into it somehow at some point. And I see what I could see who I am and what he did. And we have this bond because of that. Because of science. Because, yeah, okay. And part of it is also me. Because he came here and we did things. And I had model rockets that would, go out to the park and we would just fly model rockets. But I'm wondering today, what drives a kid? Which is interesting. Then again, I was a curious kid. So does a curious kid just go online and find these things because he's just curious? I guess maybe yes. Definitely. It's like, I don't think every kid... Let's go back. We were geeks, but did every kid find that a Radio Shack store was cool to go into? And that's the other thing. It's very interesting to see the psychological thing to it. It's like, did every kid like to go to Radio Shack? I don't think so. I saw the same person all the time at the Radio Shack. So it depends on what you're interested in, I guess, maybe. Also. It's interesting, It's got a Phoenix. I still do Istis model rockets with my nephew. This is so cool. I haven't done model rocketry in such a long time. I'm going to tell you that. I got here, and my nephew got to, because when Radio Shack became the source and all of that, the source became, now it's, what is that? Big Best Buy Express. But you know what? When the source wanted to shut down and change name, the Estes C65. So for those that know what Estes is, you'll know what it is. C65 motors. I go there and I look at it, and they're all 99 cents. I mean, these things would cost like $20 each for 3 motors. The packs were $20 for 3 engines. That's like 99 cents for 3 engines. And there's, I don't know, 30 packs of them. So I call my nephew and I'm like, hey, if you want to have cheap motors, I'm going to buy 10 packs. They're 99 cents each. I'm also wondering why I didn't buy all the freaking packs. But anyways, my nephew went and bought 10 also. And he actually, a few months ago, he actually texted me and said, so when are we going to do model rocketry again? And you know what? What I told him, times are changing. In Canada, I did model rocketry last time 20 years ago. And I told him, you know what? I'm not sure today. Because things have changed so much. Then I'm almost wondering if somebody was not called the cops, not called the police, because we're doing model rocketry in a park. So I'm not sure it's a good idea. So I haven't done any because of that, honestly. Honestly. Scatter Phoenix, continue. This is what makes your nephews and the younger generation curious. Thank you, 804 Marty, for the pizza and the support. It's much appreciated. And don't forget, guys, doing a 5-6 hour show. It's not just, it's fun and I'm having fun. But you know what? It takes skills. It takes someone that wants to do it. Don't forget, if you lose this tomorrow, I know a lot of you are not going to be happy. So come on, guys. Okay? Chip in, please. It helps out. You have no idea. Sheila, as a curious kid, I was the one who tore apart radios. You know what my dad told me, Sheila? because you say your parents' horror. You know what? I remember my dad telling me, why are you freaking breaking everything apart all the time? And he was mad because I wanted to see how it was freaking built inside. David here in Barcelona, we're starting a working group, and our local radio club will be collaborating with schools in our area to try to get kids interested in electronics, tinkering, and maybe radio too. That is great. That is great. And please do it. It's very, very good. Honestly. Thank you, VT Radio. I will keep building fat just because of you. Thanks, VT Paul. Much appreciated. Okay? Silent. I don't want to rant, but, you know, there are people out there capable that just don't never do it. And that should be a problem. People that can't, I got no problem with them. I know a lot of people aren't capable. But how many people are just taking content, watching this every freaking week for years, and they never give a freaking penny? Come on, guys. That is much more a problem. Scutter Phoenix, S-Test Rockets here in Colorado. You know, my first entry into model rocketry was a physics kit that my brother gave me back in, oh wow, I was 14 or 15. One of the most amazing kits, because my brother would work in a warehouse for a company that would distribute the hobby shops around Montreal of all their stuff. And he had like a workers kind of, you know, special on everything. So, what happened is, he gave me that kit, and that kit had a lot of stuff. I mean, I had the best time ever as a 14-year-old kid with burners and making experiments and finding, it was just so cool. But one of the stuff they had was building a rocket, but the engines weren't part of it because probably of, you know, regulations or anything. You can't put rock engines in here. So I had to find rock engines and stuff. So he was working there. It's like, I got engines. So I built a rocket and I put an engine in. It was like a very small engine. It was like an A, you know, I don't remember what the rating was. It was like an A or B rocket. So it's like it went up and it was like kind of cool. And then the parachute opened and then it came down. And this was the start of, wow, this is so cool. And then my dad purchased a rocket. And it had C engines. And it was like, oh, this is really hot. And then I had a competition with my nephews that loved this. And I said, we will build our rockets and send it up. And I mean, this was so cool. I mean, you know what is the biggest problem today is how they I got distracted here. Sorry, guys. So, anyways, you know, like I could see today how fantastic all of this is, but the regulations are so freaking bad. Nobody wants to do things. You know, how will I You know, I'd be curious the number of people in the U.S. and even here in Canada in certain places that wanted to do model rocketry but got, oh, well, you can't do this here. And it's like, come on, guys. The more you shut down the world around you by putting regulations that are useless and stupid, you know? It's like what I was telling my brother once. I said, you know, when we were young, we did stuff that we could, yeah, maybe I could have broken my arm or broken my leg or whatever. And now today it's like, oh, we can't allow that because maybe you'll break your arm or leg. Really? That's learning. That's the way it is. Come on. Jasmine says, I'm Gen Z, so I'm broke. No, you're not broke. You just don't want to donate. I know you kind. I'm sorry. I'll say it. I know you're freaking kind of people. Scatter Phoenix. Last rocket launched with my 8-year-old nephew was the one with camera. Oh, I had one too. Pretty cool. I carried the video around on my iPad. I had one which was a it was like a small camera that just shot snaps as it was going up and down. And out of, I don't know how many pictures, there were like 4 that were okay. But yours had a video? It was a video kind of thing? That was cool. I mean, it must be super cool. I've seen on YouTube a lot of videos of model rocketry that, like, you see the videos when they go up. Some of them are like just amazing. They go up so high, but you know. What else do we have? Alan Andelman Show, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. What else do we have? Yeah, I did. Skyler Phoenix. I actually have here a D engine that I've never used. And one of my nephews has one too. And we're like, so what do? We need to. And I told him, I said, we can't do that in Montreal, in the city. We have to go somewhere outside. You know, here I am in because people don't understand that, but here I live in a area where planes go in to the airport. I can't do that. The funniest story I have about sending rockets, one of my best friends, one day we set up and it was like, okay, we're going to do rocketry this Saturday. We get to the park. Now, we notice that the park we're in, there's tons of people. There's really tons of people. There's like a fiesta going on. So I'm like, okay, there's a lot of people. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but hey, there's a lot of people. So we do our rocketry. And as we're setting up, I hear this fluttering in the air. There's some kind of sound. That park festival, they had parachuters. So 2 guys in parachute coming down, and I look up and I'm like, oh, thank God, and then release my rockets now. There's 2 guys on the parachute in the park. They're going to land in the park, and I'm like, yeah, okay, not a good idea to send rockets now. I can just imagine a rocket going through the parachute, and like, okay. I think I'm going to go now. Francis Moore, nice one, Joe. You say that as this. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And I'm gentle. I could say a lot more. But like, oh man. It's like when I saw these guys in the parachute, it's like, oh God, thank God I didn't launch the rockets. Can you imagine what happened? Skyler Phoenix, yeah, 720p sounds like your old Estes camera was. Yeah, probably. It was one of those like rockets. It was a long time ago, but it was like the rocket had a camera and it would just snapshot all the time. And then you had to, I had to go and have that film. You know, it was old stuff. Old stuff. With video must be amazing. Hey, Art Vandalay. Are you still in latex salesmen? Yeah. But, you know, that's the thing. It's there's so much stuff. Scatter Phoenix, one of the problems with model rocketry is having a big enough field. Yeah, that is the case. You know, in the city, forget it. And here's a airport and all of that. But I miss doing that. I've always, you know. My nephews were, you know, curious and everything, and we would actually do stuff that was just so amazing. So I told him, I said, look, here's what, you know, we're gonna do. He was an architect. Yes, absolutely, MDK2. He was an architect. But he was also a latex salesman for the unemployment job that was calling Seinfeld. But he was an architect, absolutely. Wow. But one of the things we did, two things we did were so cool. My nephews, I said, we're going to build our own rockets. And what we're going to do is we are going to have a style. So I had a rocket with cows glued to the frame, and I called it Cow 1, which was the Cow 1 rocket. And one of my nephews called it as the Presence 1. So, you know, at the dollar store, they have these little boxes with like little presents that are kind of glittery. And so he would pour one of them, you know, where there's the parachute, he'd pour one of these boxes in it, so that when the parachute goes up, all the little glittering boxes would go down. Oh man, this was so cool. It's like the parachute just got up and it was like, look at that. There's tons of little glittery boxes. Yeah, I know. For the environment is zero and it's not cool. But for the show and for what it was freaking hot. It was just so cool, you know? Oh man. Well, we didn't do shortwave outside with rocketry, but we did radio because I had my little FRS radios, and we would communicate because we would have rocketry motors or engines. So we had to go pretty far to get them. So we had the FRS radios. There's a radio aspect to it. I was a radio communications engineer, and the guy that provided, you know, everything that was needed, the launch pad. I still have the launch pad here. You know what? I so freaking want to do this again. The launch pad and everything, and the rockets. It's just so hot. Just so cool. Just so cool. I'm tired of today's generation where, you know, it's always complicated. Us guys wanting to do fun stuff, cool stuff. And it's like, well, you know, you're near an airport, you're near this, you're near that. Oh, please, come on, guys. George, well, I haven't built a rocket like that, but I started with a small telescope, and that's cool. And destroying old radios. Again, yeah. Gunnar Phoenix, should MLA30 antenna on the radio, what price range? No, MLA30 is like 40, 50 bucks max. If you have an MLA30, you buy yourself a decent radio, like, you know. Craig Martinetti, is there any shortwave conventions in Canada, Ontario? There used to be a lot of them in the past, but unfortunately, today there's not much happening. There's the CIDX. We have our barbecue, but it's been kind of going down a lot. Yes, it used 110 film. Absolutely, Mike B. That's exactly what it was. Oh man, those were bad. Everybody says you American, Boris Corbett, N9BH. Every country in the world, you Americans. It's not even a China or Russia thing. But anyways, so so we had FRS radios, because that's where we would be, communicating with each other, which was kind of cool. So for me, it added the cool, communications aspect, and it was also, science, model rocketry. I remember, my brother was fighting for a lot of his life with depression, and depression is a tough thing to understand, honestly. Because for a lot of people, depression is, being lazy, or it isn't. My brother made me learn about what depression was all about, and I understood what it's all about. Honestly, really understood what it's all about. And it made me just say that in all of this, in all of what we do, in everything that happens, you know what? You have to help each other. And my nephews were there, and my nephews needed guiding. And I was the guy that was the radio geek, the science guy. We do model rocketry, we'd do computer stuff. They would come here. They were young. I still have videos of them being 6, 7, 8 years old, coming here in my first years here, and we would just geek out, and computers and stuff, and they would do stuff with computers that they could do because their uncle was there. This is where every one of us, your uncle, grandfather, just father, whatever. But you know what? If you know that you're somebody you love in your vicinity might need help because someone that needs to take care of them is struggling. My brother was struggling. Still is today, actually. And I don't know how many times he told me, and thank you so much for being there. Because my kids are partly, going where they are, and the direction they're going because of you also. We all have a duty with younger people in our families to guide them to something. And I gotta tell you that. That is important. That is super important. I was happy to be part of partly why my nephews are what they are today. And I still have a bond where my nephews, I'm one of the most important people in their lives. Because you got to take time to take care of all of that. Matt says, MDK2, if my personal question, and I don't want answer if you don't want to, but are you the youngest of your siblings? Yep, we were 4. I was the youngest of all. Absolutely. And I'm part of the 80s kids. I was all alone. I lived my life growing up by myself. Nobody told me to go to school. Nobody told me get up. Nobody told me you got to do stuff. I woke up, made breakfast, got to school, came back home, did my stuff. I pretty much was a teenager growing up alone. That was my life. I'm the youngest. And from far, because I'm an accident. I got, somebody tells me it's like, sometimes like, well, it's not cool that people told you that. But that's what I got told so many times. When I was a teenager, my parents, when I was 15, 14, were in their 50s. And I would go to my friend's house. And they were all, young parents that were like in their 30s, 40s, whatever. I was like, well, this is not what my parents are. My parents are old geezers. And it's not bad to say it that way, because when you're a teenager, that's the way you feel. And so as a teenager, my parents were old geezers. It's like all of the parents of all of my friends were young. And you're old people. And I was an accident. So my mom had me at 42 years old. To give you an idea. 42 years old. And it was an accident. I had a lot of people tell me, it's like, well, you're the accident in life. The best way to tell yourself, hey, you're in life. This is so cool. You're an accident. Oh, wow. It's like, how do you want to be positive with things like that? And my brother, which is the closest to me, 10 years. 10 years. So when I was a young kid, I was all alone. Because everybody had left the house. So it's like if I was a lonely kid because everybody else was gone. And I'm going to tell you a story. And I'm sorry for not in Shortwave. I'm going to tell you a story because this is the story of my life. And I don't mind talking about it. My family, some of you already know. My family is crazy. Okay? We're going to put it the way it has to freaking be. Crazy people, okay? My mom, alcoholic. My dad was sometimes cool, and that's why I had stuff like Shortwave and everybody telling me oh, you got to be like really, nice. And it's like, no, my dad was a crazy, whatever. Okay, I'm not going to say the word because I was about to say it. So I grew up alone, doing my stuff, going to school, doing stuff in school that I had to do, and sometimes lying because I had to lie about, whatever. And my brother and my sisters were gone because it was so freaking crazy at home that everybody wanted to go and leave as soon as possible. I was stuck in there. I was stuck in this crazy life where I would not invite friends over because my mom was drunk dead on the couch every day. So I was so embarrassed, so freaking embarrassed my parents. I did not bring anyone home. So everybody was saying, like, oh, what do you do tonight? We're going to go to your place. No? How about we go to your place? So I would go to everybody's place where their parents looked fantastic and wonderful and come back home with, my drunk mom on the couch. And so I got brought up by myself. And my brother was a junkie. My brother sold drugs, was a junkie. He's 6 foot. He weighed 80 pounds. And I was embarrassed of my brother. I was embarrassed. It's actually why I never took drugs in my life. Except, I did, have a little bit of weed, but besides that, I never took drugs. Why? Because my brother was a junkie, and it was the best example you can have for not doing drugs, honestly. And so I still remember, I was about 14. My dad looked at me and said, tonight we got to, take all your brother's stuff and bring it home because he can't pay his rent, and there's these, guys that are going to break his legs because he didn't pay his $1,000 bills of drugs. And my brother came home. I was 14. And although at the first it was kind of complicated, that's the way I bonded with my brother more than anyone else. Because he came home and I was the only guy there, and we talked. And he actually became better and all. And he started slowly. It was at first not, but as times went by, he stopped drugs, and he became a great person. And he was the one actually that told me I would be the best guy in life to do what I wanted to do in life. And that's when it happened. That's when things changed in my teenage years. My brother came back, and that's where we bonded a lot more. That's where I could feel and understand what, my brother was going through. So that's the way it was. And you know what? That's life. And that's the way it is. And that's where things bring us to. What am I doing? A shortwave live show like this, so much later in my life. And it's, everybody has a freaking story about something in his life. And that goes back to the story with earlier. Be careful what you say to anybody. Okay? Because you have no idea where they went through and what they did. I was lucky because in school was my place to be where I was okay. And in school, I didn't have anybody that was negative. I was already a little big guy, so it's like, nobody's gonna go crazy because it's like, you know, nobody's gonna tell you something, and you know, that was my life. My life was, I lived it alone. I lived it, and my brother was a junkie. Part of the time he was home. The number of times I saved him from situations, that's crazy. And I gotta tell you, and even today when I talk about it, it's souvenirs of, you know. Think about it. For those of you that had a great life and great parents, think that there's somebody that, like me, went home with a drunk mom on the couch and a dad that was a violent idiot. I'll say it very fairly what it is. And you grow up in there. And, you know, when I say shortwave saved my life, when I say shortwave is what kept me from being maybe a bad guy doing bad stuff. It was that little thing where the happiness was opening my mailbox with letters of shortwave stations. And I couldn't talk about it to my parents. They didn't care. Hey, I got a letter from, you know, Switzerland. Nobody cared. I cared for myself. And I cared about it with all of that. You know what? So, I get it when people have a hard, rough life. Much more than a lot of people. That's where you got to keep your kids busy with wonderful stuff they can relate to. I think shortwave was my savior. Radio was my thing. You know, I'll be very direct when what I say. My drunk mom is on the couch, but I got my earphones and I'm listening to Radio Berlin, Radio Moscow, whatever on my radio, and it's keeping me away from, well, that's the crappy life I'm going through as a teenager. Imagine. You're growing up. This is what you're going to be as an adult. What are you going to be as an adult? Your parents should show you that. And there's no parents there to show you that. Well, I did it myself. I was an adult before my own adult life started. Because I was serious and I liked the stuff and I like shortwave. And so, you know what? I'm a little emotional now. But that's life. Don't forget, a lot of people go through that. And this is what brought me shortwave. I was happy in getting letters and stuff. You know? It's something that's rough. Cheers. That's why I love you guys. When I see the amount of people here, because I get emails all the time, and you get so many people telling me about their lives and how this live show helps them go through everything. I relate to all of it. And you know, I'm a 55-year-old adult that went through all of it, and he's got a great life, and it's a great life because he's doing what he loves, the way he has to do. That's the way it is. Oh, God. And he's a caregiver today, giving a lot of energy, taking care of someone. And you know, this week, somebody told me, you gotta take care of yourself too. Yeah. Okay. Shortwave. What's happening? Shortwave? Yeah. And I know a lot of you, some of you went through that too, you know? And that it is. Cheers. It's difficult to, you know, that's what we said. It's difficult to know what people went through in life. You know, when I talk about the radios I had, my dad and everything, everyone's like, "Oh, your dad was, you know, great," but that's it. It's more complicated. It's not 1 + 1 = 2 when things happen. It's much more complicated than that, and that's the thing. That's the thing. It's more complicated than that, honestly. So, you know. So thanks for being here, guys. Much appreciated. So where we are? We're at 8:30 p.m. here, which is what? We're close to 6 hours, 5 hours, 31 minutes. Oh, boy. Okay. So, last time I'm going to talk about it, Pizza Fund and donations. Come on, you guys. You know, this is a live show. You like it. You'll be here all the time. Come on. Okay. Donation. Pizza Fund. Much appreciated too. Come on. Oh man. Snap. I like how Chrome did a snap. So Pizza Fund. Here we go. What my favorite beer is, I'm kind of a guy that David Stearns likes very unusual beers. So whatever's out of the ordinary, I don't want to have, you know, a Budweiser. If you bring me a Budweiser, it's kind of an insult. It's like, no, I don't want to have that crap. Bring me something cool that tastes different. One of it. Two, I do have this, bring something local, but local, what? I've had beers from all over the world, including from the US, that are amazing. But, give me something that is unusual, and preferably because there's a lot of microbreweries around here, local, you know. But, you know, of course, Jasmine, at the beginning of the show, I had a Belgian white ale. Kind of like the Blue Moon, but a little more, you know. Sheila, what happened to the Thai soup fund? I had my Thai soup. Sheila. I should have taken a picture. But I did have my Thai soup. Tonight I'm going to have 2 slices of that pizza. Not more. I can't have more if I want to continue losing weight. I can tell you that. Tomorrow, the 2 slices left will be my next lunch tomorrow. So that I can put, you know, an equal amount of calories and stuff. This is what makes me, you know what? Next week is Super Bowl. And I have these chicken wings. And I'm like, wow, if I want to respect my diet, I can't have more than 4 chicken wings. And I'm like, how can I have only 4 chicken wings? I want to have the whole freaking box. This is where you're like, oh God, this is so hard. 4 chicken wings to keep my weight? Come on. Matt says, I like a well-crafted old-fashioned ale, or larger myself, or lager. lager myself, and got a red ale from a local place called Comrade Brewing today. They're close to the ham radio outlet, and that I went out today. Oh, that's interesting. And you guys, like, you're the one that told me you have this beer festival all the time that I need to go to at some point. Mr. Stonegrove, no Budweiser, but I usually have some Bud bars in the fridge, and the real Budweiser from the Czech Republic. But mostly it's ales, porters, and stouts. Cool. John 66088 coming out of the background because of beer, drinking Hollandia 11.9. Youch. That's good. I would accompany you with that. Nice to have you here from Toronto. Left, yeah, Arctic Circle. I won a contest, Arctic Circle, where I had a box of glasses and left Belgian beer 10, 15 years ago. Matt says, yes, the Great American Beer Festival. I need to check that. Still happening. I think its pandemic might have tanked it. Cool. Ken Michael, try a real German beer. Oh, yeah, I had... What was the name of that beer? I had a couple of German beers. I had... Oh, man, what's the name of the beers that I got? I'm trying to remember the name of the beers. And Mexican, well, yeah, I got, the commercial stuff, like, what is it? Corona, and there's another one from Mexico, that Mexican beer that was on. Yeah. Oh, it's still happening. So you wanted me to fly there? 249 days, so I need to prepare to fly there, Matt, and for you and me to meet up. 249 days. I'll go there only if, something goes down. Oh, those esquis, yes, those esquis. I had those too. Yes, absolutely, Jasmine. Yeah. That's the ones. That's the other ones I had. But, if some guy decides that it's less of a problem, I might go. I need to go pee again. And I'm having fun. So if you guys want to continue a little more, we're going to have...
myself to go in with Linda because she looked at me in the eyes like at
the moron
the eye of the tiger.
CJD 800 Montreal, which is the
really aggressive
worst station in Montreal.
I was really like, how am I going to get out of this kind of thing? But I cried in my bed that morning.
I cried in my bed that morning when I didn't have my beer.
Work with a woman in your life.
Yeah.
And this whole record was supposed to be about, no rules. Nobody saying you can't do it. You being open to everything, So I went in there and we wrote this song together called Signed by You. And it was, thank God, because she is so talented and amazing, and to walk into the studio and see a woman running the board, I've never seen that before, and like can play every single instrument and has tons of collections of guitars and drums, and it was just weird. It was like, wow, I was pretty impressed. And like, she also just has the greatest personality. Like, just, I love her. I would be her.
Wow, that clip captures Gwen Stefani's energy, a non-stop flow of enthusiasm and ideas. Gwen talks about working with her longtime No Doubt bandmate, Tony Canal.
I called Tony and he's like, come over, we're all going to go out tonight, it's going to be great. I was telling him I'm all burnt out, I hate myself, And I went over there and he had gotten his whole freaking thing together. The guy went out, he got a whole studio built, he'd been doing all these tracks with this guy, Elon, who's a reggae artist. They've been producing all these tracks, and I was so green with envy when I came in that room and heard, because it was like, my God, wow, this is so good. I can't believe you did this. And he's like, you want to hear your track? And I was like, I'm thinking.
So he had a shortwave radio, and he just haggled me in a car.
Anyways, it was just weird.
And so I opened my.
Coming out his mouth, and he plays a song, and I was like, oh my God.
I got in my car. And oh my God, he was there with a huge Texan S2200X, and I didn't know what to do. And that's the kind of story you hear from this. Man. Mike B, yesterday I cooked some beef bratwurst in a vanilla porter. That must be good. That must taste good, actually. Muzzle Records. I just finished my can of Rocket Fuel IPA from New Mexico. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, Mike WX50, nice to have you on board. On board. The best thing I had in terms of going to some event, VT Radio says, I won't listen to CG either. If I get too close, it interferes with WJY 810 Albany. Is 810 Albany still HD radio, VT Radio? Can you tell me that? They used to, and it would used to actually trigger HD on my receiver. Yep. So what I was saying is my nephew at some point was we went to whoops. I'm gonna put this here back in the frequency. I went to a sake festival, and which was called Kampai here in Montreal. Oh boy, man, we drank some of the sakes that are so amazing. That was like, oh God, this is so good. This is like candy. And it's just so amazing. Unfortunately, the pandemic is what shut down the festival, and they never came back. Oh man, that was such an amazing festival. I can tell you that. So it's nice to have you all here in our little live stream. Anything special on the radio? How about that? Any pirates right now? I'm curious. Any pirates? I haven't talked about pirates. There was a pirate this week on 7,000 lower sideband that played interval signals. And it wasn't very strong here, but it was kind of interesting. And it seemed to play one of those YouTube videos with all the interval signal, because when I saw the order of interval signals, I started thinking, oh man, I heard it's a YouTube video playing. And so it was heard many places. So right now we have 77 ILS 6930 upper sideband. 6.93 upper sideband. Don't really hear anything here. Daytona Strong, who bought them? I don't know about WJ1 HD radio. Is the work van is not HD. The radio in my car is okay. Because I remember my HD radio stopped a long time ago on 810 because there was an HD signal. But lately when I scan, it doesn't stop on it anymore. So, Ken Michael 6955 lower sideband pirate stuff. Sky Phoenix, how much beer to pour in the pan with the brats, and how long? Oh, man. Nice to have all of you here, by the way. Whatever Canada, US is happening, what I'd like to say is you guys are what I consider the great people that I want to see. Okay? SM3 favorites. Thank you so much. So much. A sweater fund? I do have sweaters. Thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Let's have all of you here. So let's check it out. What's also, is there anything on the let's go on the Priam. Anything on the number stations? Hey guys, in 14 minutes we got frequencies to try. Well, let's check it out. There's a V07 on 18217. So V07 means it's a Spanish lady in Khabarovsk, Russia, and Asiatic Russia that's active. V07 is the Spanish language mode of Russian 7 operator. So we're going to have that. If you guys want to try it out, especially on the West Coast. And there's also V13. So you got Japan Islands. You're going to try it out. Our friend in Japan Islands. V13 on 8300. V13 on 8169. Also targeting East Russia from... so let's check it out. What is that? In 13 minutes. V13 is coming out of Taiwan. Female Mandarin Chinese. So you guys need to check it out. I will be checking out, even though I don't think so, 18217. But so West Coast guys. Anybody, anyways, 18217 in 13 minutes. Targeting the Pacific, Spanish from Asiatic Russia. And feed 13, 8300, 8169. Targeting East Asia. So Japan Islands. Do try that. Do try that. So one last night, one last try. Guys, don't forget, if you like what I do, super chat and pizza fund that is on PayPal. Thanks for your donations, guys. It is much appreciated. You have no idea how this keeps this channel going. And keeps my spirits up and wanting me to continue. And I mean, who do you know that does as much time and is just happy to be here with all of you guys? Okay? For radio. Come on. Once again, I'm targeting all those of you who never did anything in donations. Come on, guys. Nothing is free. Okay. Apart of that, what else is there right now? So at 01 we will have what was that? On the 02. 01. So Radio Romania is on 7325 right now. Anything else? Anybody receiving anything special? And we are now on a cooking channel. The chat room is turned into a cooking channel. I like that. And so that I am apparently in 0.17, 0.15, 14, 13 radiation levels. So if I die soon of cancer, my Geiger counter. Check it out, what's on the bands. I'm wondering if oh yeah. So a very good signal from RWM Moscow time signal. RWM Moscow time signal 9996 CW. Those time pips. RWM Moscow time signals. So that's coming in on 9996. So this is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Joel Baker, hey, I enjoy the spectrum monitor that you recommended. They have an article this month about the Klingerfuss directory. Is this something that would help? If you like utility signal, Klingerfuss is it's been there for a long time. I had a couple of examples of that publication a long time ago. If you want to know, he is very knowledgeable. But if you like to monitor utility signals, this is the publication. It's expensive, but it's worth it if you are into that. NDK2, Matt says, holy moly, I'm getting RWN 99962. Not strong, but definitely there. Ken Michael 9996 coming in weak. So that's the time signal from Moscow, Russia. Time pips right now. Coming in pretty good on 9996 here. Pretty good. Honestly. Mr. Stongrove, better on 4995. Yeah, because you don't have no CW. Yeah, absolutely. Or you can do, if you want to avoid WWV, you go on 4997 lower sideband, which avoids you from WWV all above. Scatter Phoenix 9996 is CW. So if you don't have CW, you go to 9995 upper sideband or 9997 lower sideband. On my receiver here, I got CW, so it's CW mode. So it depends on what mode you're going to use. But if you don't have CW, I understand you can go below or above and then tune lower or upper sideband. And if you don't have neither upper or lower sideband, go on 9996 and just detune your BFO as far as possible and you hear it for sure. Bama Gator 52. Wow, this is really cool. Channel takes me back to the 1960s hobby days. Yeah, that's what we're all about. Matter of Mods 9996 signal came in. Cool. VD Radio 9996 coming well until my 30 meter FT8 transmits. Yeah, that's another story. That's another story. It's like when sometimes I'm hearing something in my ICOM or my SDRs and my transceiver, my FT8, my Yaesu transceiver goes on FT8 and transmits something. It's like everything goes down because it's like, yeah, I know. It's going to desensitize my receiver before. But, yeah, I get it. Yeah, Michael, 4997 CW, like WS50, 1916 must have been a very cool time for radio listening. Yeah, it's like we were talking earlier. Imagine World War II radio, how it must have been. Man. And, we had the same conversation about how our Cold War times must have been so amazing. Being so stressed out of what exactly is a Cold War, It was just amazing. I mean, as a Canadian, in Canada, how did we view in Canada what happened in the U.S.? Well, we were kind of aligned. Here in Canada, the funniest thing about the 80s, and I remember that, when your first cruise missiles were being tested, you needed a place to test them. And you came here to Canada and had an agreement. But man, that was controversial in the 80s. The American cruise missiles, nobody wanted them to be tested here. It was like, no. You want to test them wherever you want, not in Canada. But yet, there was an agreement of what cruise missiles was all about. And the government said, yeah, you can test them in the far north of Canada. But we didn't want that. The majority of population was like, no. Canadian territory is Canadian territory. You're not going to, just freaking test your cruise missiles here without us having any impact on it. But, that's the past. That was what it was back then. It was kind of crazy. It was crazy when you think about it, It's like, yeah, I know, cruise missiles were not the best, example of what happened in history. It's interesting how all of it, it's like when we talk about high tensions of how all of it is, the tensions between us. Going into testing between the different times back in the day, but also, just looking at the world around us, Radio Canada International and everything. It's normal for, and I'll talk in terms of why is this shit happening today between Canada and the United States? Because there's shit happening. I don't want to be political, but the impact of it is very, very strong here in Canada, including to me. And disagreements exist everywhere. So V07 copied goal in Denver. V07. So let's check it out here. What's going to happen? So V07 is copyable at 0200. 18217. I'm going to try that out. Upper sideband. Nothing here. On the West Coast, of course, you guys are hearing it too. So Spanish numbers for the Pacific. Who speaks Spanish? This is an interesting one. Who speaks Spanish in the Pacific? Exactly. For that to be sent out. I don't know. Skyler Phoenix, it's a number station. It's a number station coming out of Russia in Spanish towards the Pacific area. So, it's 02. At 0220, they're going to be on 16317. And at 0240 on 15817. So who knows? In case of traffic. So it's a number station in Spanish towards the Pacific area. Oh, man says the uno means there's traffic, so it will be on at 0240 as well as 0220. Thanks for the info, Matt. But it does say it is to East Asia in the target. So maybe it is targeting to Central South America. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. Definitely. So you tuned V07 right now on 18217. 18217 upper sideband. 18217. Oh yeah, the Philippines maybe. Yeah, Geopolitical. Yeah. Okay. It's not coming in on the East Coast, that's for sure. I'm gonna go on Kiwi SDR here. Check it out. Kiwi SDR. I go to a Kiwi SDR. Kiwi SDR. Map. Let me tune in from a let's tune in from a Japanese transmitter here. Here we go. See if it's still there. My call sign, yeah, V2Z. Okay. Oh, the other must be hearing what I'm hearing. 18217. Try it out. Here we go.
8, 8, 3, 3, 6, 3, 9, 8, 4, 0, 4, 1, 5, 1, 3, 1, 2, 9, 1, 6, 6, 3, 2, 9, 0, 7, 2, 6, 8, 3, 9, 0, 6, 7, 5, 8, 3, 7, 2, 1, 3, 1, 8, 7, 8, 8, 7, 6, 7, 3, 8, 0, 6, 9, 9, 5, 9, 4, 3, 1, 0, 6, 6, 7, 7, 1, 0, 1, 3.
Hey, Farm Marty wants some margarita now. Me too. A pina colada. Daniel wants a better antenna for listening. Where are you located, Daniel? I don't hear it in the East Coast, and it's probably normal. I'm actually tuning it from a Japanese SDR, so I don't hear it on the East Coast. It's normal to have it on the West because they are closer to it. Got just long wire in the ground, which works great for local. 24 New Hampshire, yeah. I don't hear it too. I used a online SDR in Japan. I think it's normal you don't hear it. Honestly. Yeah. So, hey guys, it was a lot of fun, but I need to edit the International Radio Report as it's minus 18 now, 0 Fahrenheit in Montreal. And I need to do the Messenger utility column, which I still have not even started. So, there's a lot of work for me tonight. Edit the International Radio Report show, do the Messenger utility column, and I want to just thank you all for being fantastic, wonderful people that follow me every week. Thanks for your donations, because you guys are amazing, and I want to thank you all for everything. Okay, thanks everyone. And Moises Carrilos Kla, what's that? Moises, anyways. Thank you. Receiving number station in Nevada SDR week. I was a signal on a Japanese SDR. It was super strong. It was like super powerful. So it's obvious that it's out there in the West and the Asian, Russian, Asiatic Russia. Because it was very strong on the Japanese SDR. So thanks everybody. 0 Fahrenheit tonight. It's a cold winter night in Canada, in Montreal. Stay safe. Love you all. Let's stay friends. Because it's not what's happening right now that we should change that relation. Okay? Keep your head up. Listen to Shortwave. Stay safe. Love you all. And it's always fun to be here. See you next Saturday, 20 hours UTC. Thanks for the donations, everybody. Take care of yourself, okay? I love you, and we'll always do. Take care, guys.